teachers have to face and the roles that they are expected to perform in the coming future. So, as we all know, that it is being organized under the School of Education, which is under the Pandit Madan Mohan Malviya Mission, National Mission for Teachers and Training. We would now request Dr. Vasanta to come forward and do a presentation on our School of Education. Yes, Vasanta ma'am, please.
Hello? Am I
Yes,
audible
ma'am.
to you, ma'am?
Yes,
madam. Yes.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Rajaswini.
Esteemed dignitaries of today's webinar, teacher educators, and the participants. Now I am here to present a brief layout of our School of Education, which gave ample opportunities to our Faculty of Education DEI. School of Education, an integral part of Pandit Madan Mohan Malviya National Mission on Teachers and Teaching, a revolutionary scheme of MHRD was established in the year 2019 for empowering teachers and educators in creating inclusive, value-based, and skill-based vision communities. It has two centers. One is for artificial intelligence in education through application of creative, adaptive, and assistive technologies to give qualitative, value-based, and socially relevant education to all. The second center of our School of Education is the Center for Knowledge Acquisition, Retention, and Transformation that was known as CCART, through various visual and performing arts like puppetry, painting, clay work, animations, music, dance, dramatization, etc., along with yoga, meditation, and brain-based learning, leading to a wisdom-based society applying creative, joyful, and experiential modes of learning. Around 8,000 pre-service and in-service teachers, scholars, and university faculty were trained from 2019 till March 2021 with its different activities like capacity building, content development, enhancing creativity and innovation, along with the development of higher order thinking skills and entrepreneurial skills of pre-service and in-service teachers, and restoring the highest respect and status to teaching profession as suggested by New Education Policy 2020. Our School of Education, with its two active centers, developed content booklets in 9 areas, conducting 14 research projects and around 10 dissertations. The mode of training was face-to-face interaction earlier, but from March 2020, due to the COVID-19 pandemic, SOE transitioned itself to virtual mode, dispersing its training to a larger amount of people over national and international backgrounds. And the beneficiaries were provided a high quality of experiences through experts, talks, documentation, demonstrations, practice sessions, and assignments. So our School of Education is nearer to the objectives of NEP 2020 to make our teachers a lifelong learners and regain the previous dignity, respect, and autonomy which was prevailed earlier in our ancient system of education. Now I quickly go through the PPTs depicting SOE in a nutshell. Could you please attach the PPTs, ma'am? Sona, ma'am? It's not clearly visible, ma'am. So here in this
Visible, madam.
PPT, the objectives of School of Education were discussed uh, by its various objectives, that is integrating teacher training at different levels, focusing innovation, creativity, and higher order thinking skills, futuristic teacher participation, interdisciplinary research work, and pace setting institute combining excellence with relevance. And this School of Education caters its programs to the target population, that is teacher trainees, educators, researchers, and community on a wide local, national, as well as international geographical coverage. And it is also associated with some reputed universities, Michigan State University, the University of Hong Kong, and Seneca College, Canada. And it provides training programs and orientations as in the form of various lectures, webinars, etc., to pre-service teacher education programs, in-service teacher training programs, orientation, workshops, seminars, guest lectures, etc. And the Center for Artificial Intelligence has the objectives to orient teachers at all levels about the fundamentals of artificial intelligence and its applications in education, and to prepare teachers for implementing those tools, and to facilitate integration of AI tools in the classroom teaching. And it, artificial intelligence in the field of education, develops content enrichment programs, gives pedagogical experiences, and also helpful in developing assessment tools and techniques. And the second center, that is CCART, Center for Knowledge Acquisition, Retention, and Transformation through Performing Arts, Meditation, and Brain-Based Learning. It has three main branches: visual performing arts, meditation and allied practices, and brain-based learning. All these three will help in bringing out the outcomes of the project, that is integrated development of the in-service and pre-service teachers with higher order thinking skills, aesthetic and social sensibilities, and with moral and spiritual values. So this is a brief account of our School of Education. Thank you all for providing me the opportunity. Thank you, ma'am. Excuse me, Sona ma'am.
Thank you, ma'am,
Okay, ma'am.
for introducing us to the School of Education. Under the School of Education, we have been organizing several webinars, seminars, and workshops from the last 2 years. And now let us continue with our program. Next in our program is a lecture by Professor Savita Shrivastava, our dean, but she's busy with the meeting. So I now hand over the mic to Professor NPS Chandel, Head MEd, MPhil and PhD, Faculty of Education, TBI, to introduce us to the various recommendations of NEP 2020. Professor NPS Chandel. Please.
Rajaswami, everybody. Am I visible to?
Yes, sir.
Yes,
Sir,
sir.
audible as well as visible.
Rajaswami, everybody. Welcome in this one-day webinar on behalf of Faculty of Education SOE. I welcome all of you. I think Dr. Chaturvedi has already joined. Dr. Chaturvedi, are you there? Are you listening me? Chaturvedi sir, DK Chaturvedi
Yes,
sir.
good morning, sir. Good morning.
Good morning,
to all
sir.
of
Good
you.
morning, sir.
Nice
morning.
to see you all, and I think we are all together to work to attain the target.
सर बहुत अच्छा लगा सर आपने सुबह से ही ज्वाइन किया हुआ हमें.
Thank you. Though I am in the office, but I am listening all those. What is?
Okay, sir. Thank you. सर वैसे तो ये जो मेरा जो टॉक है that is on an overview of NP 2020. इसमें जो लेक्चर्स होंगे 3 लेक्चर्स वो सब NEP से ही रिलेटेड हैं. इंटरनेशनल पर्सपेक्टिव भी है उसमें. चतुर्वेदी सर का एक जो लेक्चर है वो NPST पर है, नेशनल प्रोफेशनल स्टैंडर्ड्स फॉर टीचर्स है. ये भी इसका भी जिक्र NEP में किया गया है. तो ये जो लेक्चर्स हैं इसमें ये सारे लेक्चर्स NEP पर ही हैं, लेकिन क्योंकि ऑडियंस को थोड़ा सा ओरिएंट करना है कि जिससे कि वो एक आगे वाले लेक्चर्स पे फोकस कर सकें कि इसमें क्या है, इसलिए मेरे से कन्वीनर ने कहा कि सर एक आप ओरिएंटेशन टॉक इस पे दे दीजिए. तो मैंने कहा ठीक है चलिए. तो वो मैंने थोड़ा सा प्लान किया, एक आधा घंटे का टॉक. तो NEP पे जो मेरे पास कुछ मैंने NEP से ही ओरिजिनल डॉक्यूमेंट से ही लिया है, इसमें जो कुछ भी लिया गया है, और बहुत ब्रीफ में सारी चीज़ों को कवर करने की कोशिश करूंगा. देखिए कितनी चीज़ें कवर हो पाती हैं. चलिए मैं स्क्रीन शेयर करता हूँ. Yes, first of all, I would like to give a very limited background of this national education policy. This national education policy is replacing the 1986 the new education policy. This is after almost 35 years have gone from that time. We have come to develop a new education policy actually. In January 2015, a committee under the former cabinet secretary T.S.R.S. Subramaniam was started. They started the consultation on new education policy. Further, in 2017, a committee was constituted for draft national education policy. This was constituted under the chairmanship of the eminent scientist Dr. K. Kasturi Ranjan, ex-ISRO chief. On 31st May 2019, this committee submitted draft national education policy in 2019. It was a big 484 pages document which was submitted to Ministry of now called Ministry of Education. At that time, MHRD. It was submitted to MHRD, and MHRD released this policy for rigorous consultation. in the public, and over 2 lakh suggestions from 2.5 lakh gram panchayats, 6,600 blocks, 8,000 urban and local bodies, and 676 districts were received. The Union Cabinet in July, on 29th July 2020, approved this national education policy, which aims at universalization of education from preschool to secondary level. If we go for the vision about the vision of this policy, the vision of this policy is to instill among the learners a deep rooted pride in being Indian. Means this policy wants to develop the pride in the students as an Indian, being Indian, not only in thoughts, केवल विचारों से नहीं, but also in spirit and intellect and in deeds. मतलब उनके कामों से, उनके इंटेलेक्ट से, उनकी विचारधारा से, मतलब वो अपने आप को भारतीय समझें और उससे अपने आप को उस भारतीय संस्कृति से डीप रूटेडली उसके साथ जुड़े रहें, एज वेल एज टू डेवलप नॉलेज. इसके अलावा टू डेवलप नॉलेज, स्किल्स, वैल्यूज एंड डिस्पोजिशंस that support responsible commitment to human rights, sustainable development, and living and a global well-being, thereby reflecting a truly global citizen. This policy wants to make Indians a global citizen. ये हमारा पहले से ही हमारा जो संस्कृति है उसमें हम वसुधैव कुटुंबकम की बात करते हैं. ठीक है, we never attacked any world country of the world. Always we were attacked. We are peace living people, and we see the world as a kutumba. So that value is to be developed as if we feel that we are a global citizen, then Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam value can be developed. This policy is basically based on these fundamental principles. These principles are being reflected. If you see, these principles are being reflected in all chapters or all parts of this policy. Whatever you read in this policy, you'll find the reflection of these principles, or the policy is based on these principles. Basically, the principle one is recognition, identifying, fostering the unique capabilities of each student. Means individuality is being given very large, very big importance and recognized. Second is according to the highest priority to achieving foundational literacy and numeracy by the main emphasis in this policy is on achieving the foundational literacy and numeracy. Foundational literacy covers basic fundamental literacy of reading, writing, language, and arithmetic ability. This is to be achieved by grade 3rd in all students, and this is flexible, so that learners have ability to choose their learning trajectories and programs, and thereby choose their own path of life according to their talent and interest. This is flexible, and this flexibility is also reflected in the next principle, that no hard separation, that the separation which we see in the present, that the student of science cannot take a subject in university or from music, like that. This separation, that science, humanities, arts, commerce, this type of separation will be is actually, this is being made flexible and hard, in the same way. This will be the education system of India will be multidisciplinary and holistic education. All this policy talks about the holistic development of the child. And the other principles on which this policy is based, emphasis on conceptual learning rather than rote learning. Means conceptual understanding is given more importance in this policy. Creative and critical thinking. The creative and critical thinking will be developed among the students. Ethics and human and constitutional values, the values which are being given in the Indian Constitution, these are need to be developed, like empathy, respect for others, cleanliness, courtesy, democratic spirit of service, respect for public property, scientific temper, liberty, responsibility, pluralism, equity, and justice. These are the values which we want to develop among the young children population. And these are the other principles. Focus on regular formative assessment rather than summative assessment or annual assessment, as we see present in the present time that in secondary level, after 2 years, one assessment is being done for 11th and 12th, and for 9th and 10th. This type of assessment will not be a continuing feature now in Indian education system. This will be replaced by summative and continuous evaluation system. And the extensive use of technology. Without using technology, this COVID period has taught us a lot of things. There are some positive points of this condition, this situation also. We have those who were not used to use the technology, they are now using the technology. An extensive use of technology, this will help the barriers like language barriers, Divyang, and other type of barriers from the educational system. Then respect for diversity and local context. Diversity. India is a diverse country. You find so many cultures, religions, languages, and that diversity is will be respected in educational system. Full equity and inclusion. Inclusiveness is actually for the development of any country. Inclusiveness is very important. Inclusion of socially and economically deprived classes, women, and the minorities, and the economical deprived, and the young people. The inclusion will be the focus in the this policy. Synergy in curriculum across all levels. Synergy is the energy of the group, and in the instead of individual learning, the more importance will be given to learning groups. And then teachers and faculty as heart of the learning process. Then a lot of emphasis given on teachers, their recruitment, their continuous professional development, and positive working environment and improved service conditions will be given importance. And other fundamental principles are light but tight regulatory framework. Light but tight regulatory framework means the institutions will be given independence and autonomy, but they have to perform, they have to give results, and they will be have a check, a tight check on their performances, on their achievements, on their outputs. Instead of giving controls on the processes, the emphasis will be given on the controls, on the outputs and outcomes of the institution or educational system. And research will be given high importance in this policy, and the continuous review of the progress based on sustainable development will be given importance. And are rooted in pride in India. As I discussed in the vision of the policy, that pride in Indian culture is the important aspect of this policy. Education is a public service. As a public service, access quality of education must be considered as a basic right of every children. Means every child should get the education of secondary level of education. Now the focus of this education policy will be 100% gross national gross enrollment rate up to the secondary level will be the focus of this policy. Then substantial investment in a strong, vibrant public education system will be the focus of this policy. Now come to the policy. This policy consists of 4 parts mainly. This policy consists of 4 parts. Part 1 deals with the school education. Part 2 deals with the higher education system. Part 3 deals other key areas of focus. And part 4 deals with making it happen, that how the policy will be implemented. Now come to the part first, school education. The very important change, a very important change in this educational system is the structure in school education is now being changed. The earlier structure was 10+2 system. Now this will be replaced by 5+3+3+4. Covering 3 to 18 years. Earlier, the cover age of under school education system was 6 to 18 years. Now it will be the 3 to 18 years, and this will be these 4 these four levels will be 3 to 8 years of foundational stage. Foundational stage will be divided into two parts, in 3 years of Anganwadi or preschool and 2 years of primary school in grade 1 and 2. And the second stage is the preparatory stage. Preparatory stage is 8 to 11 years, and this will be called as primary education. 3 to 5 classes. Third, fourth, and fifth class will be covered in this age, in this stage. The third stage is 11 to 14 years. That is the middle stage. It is from class 6 to 8. And the fourth stage is 14 to 18 years. That is secondary stage, and that is 9 to 12. This is a major shift in the education system, that the preschool education has been given a lot of importance in this policy. The main points of this school education are early childhood care education, the foundation of learning. This early ECCE will be given a importance. Presently, if you see that government aided pre-primary educational system is not there in India. Whatever schools are running are more, all these schools are either private sector or self-funding, that is self-funded, and because of that, the elite class only, children of elite class only get the education, the ECC education. And now the government wants to cover the entire population of children aged 3 to 6 years in the educational system. That's why ECC is given a lot of importance. Then foundational literacy and numeracy. This is the second aspect, important aspect. This aim is to be achieved by grade 3, and all urgent and necessary prerequisites for learning. Means this is the foundational literacy and numeracy. This prepares a foundation for furthering the education. And by the grade 3, every student, every child must be able to read, must be able to comprehend, must be able to understand the arithmetic processes, simple arithmetic processes. That is the foundational literacy and numeracy. Then curtailing the dropout rates. Dropout rates, the target of this policy is to bring the dropout rate, zero dropout rate by 2030, and the aim is to achieve a gross enrollment ratio, GER, at secondary level. This is a change in the focus, that up to secondary level we want to have the 100% gross enrollment ratio. Earlier policies focused on universalization of elementary education. Now this policy focuses on universalization of secondary education for all. And to empower students through flexible in-course choices, that this classification or separation among curricular activities, extracurricular activities, co-curricular activities, humanities, science, vocational, and academic streams, this all will be the thing of past. Now we will focus on flexible choice, that any student should get the education as he wants, as the education which develops his talent to his maximum. He wants to study the music or with the sports, with physics, then he or she can choose the subject. The institute should provide the opportunities to students to get to choose the subject of their choice. Other features of this school education part are multilingualism and power of language. The three-language formula, the earlier three-language formula is also now the part of this, but the change is that no language will be imposed forcefully on any of the state or any of the group of population. It means the three-language formula, this three-language formula will be on the part of the states, that which three languages they want to give to their population, that there will be no compulsion like that you have to study the Hindi or you have to study the English. This depends on entirely on the state or the local bodies, those who decide the curriculum, that what languages they want to develop, language ability they want to develop in their young children. Then curricular integration of essential subjects, skills and capacities. Introduction of contemporary subjects such as artificial intelligence. These are the new things will be introduced. Artificial intelligence, design thinking, holistic health, organic living. These are some new subjects will be introduced. NCERT is given a duty to develop the NCFSE, National Curriculum Framework for School Education, by 2021. National textbooks will be have the local content as well as national flavor. The teachers are given a lot of emphasis in this policy, and the teachers and their training. And the government wants to attract the best brains to the teaching profession, and for this, all efforts will be made to attract the best brains and to train them. Their approaches of teacher education are being also changed, that we will give emphasis to the 4-year integrated teacher education program. And policy says that 1-year and 2-year teacher education programs will also be continued for those who want to enter in teaching profession after graduation or after post-graduation. Then efficient resourcing and effective governance through school complex. Now the school complex is the old idea. Now this policy also gives emphasis on a school complex. The areas surrounding of a school, big school, will be added to the school complex. And the standard setting and accreditation for school education will also be accreditation, which presently in higher education it is very common. Now this will be introduced at a school level also. Then some points about higher education. These key challenges are these. Then I'll discuss them one by one. The institutional restructuring and consolidation. Now the higher education institutions will be of 3 types. One will be the research intensive universities, which give more focus on research. Second will be the teaching intensive universities. They will more give emphasis on teaching. But not they will definitely give, they will also give emphasis to the research also. And the universities which are teaching universities, they can gradually move to the research universities also. But both the type of universities will do research and give and teaching. But the first type of universities will give more emphasis on research. Second type of universities will give more emphasis on teaching. And there will be third type of the colleges, that those are the autonomous degree colleges. Now all higher education institutions will be multidisciplinary. Sole subject or like engineering college or teacher trained B.Ed colleges now will be asked to become the multidisciplinary. And towards more holistic and multidisciplinary education, this I have already discussed. And the higher education, then now another change is that presently we have 3 years graduation degree and 2 years master degree. Now there is a change that we will have 3 years bachelor's degree and 4 years bachelor degree programs also. With the 3 years bachelor degree program, the student has to do 2 years master's program, and with 4 years bachelor's degree program, the student has to do just 1 year's master program. And after 5 years of education, the student can register for PhD degree. And those who are with 4 years bachelor's degree with research specialization at 4 years bachelor degree, they will also be given opportunity to register in PhD program. And now it will not be necessary to have a master's degree for PhD program, and the MPhil will be discontinued in phased manner. And this is higher education. About teacher education, I have already discussed the proposed changes in teacher education, that by 2030, the 4-year integrated teacher education program will become the minimal degree qualification for school teachers. Then the shift will be from 1 year to the 4-year teacher education program. And the other teacher education institutions are given a lot of responsibilities in this program. Their responsibility will be to train the new PhD entrants to teach in pedagogy and this curriculum evaluation system. They are given pedagogical training, and the teachers training program, in-service teacher training program, post-service teacher, pre-service teacher training program, and in-service teacher program, training programs, faculty development programs. All these will be run by the teacher education institutions. Means we should prepare for to shoulder these responsibilities also. And the curbing commercialization of education. Degree selling institutions will be forcefully closed by the, this is planned that they will be forcefully closed. Either they have to come to the norms of there will be no discrimination in the government and private institutions. Everybody has to be evaluated on same platform, and the NEC will be will play a leading role in this task of curbing commercialization of education. Effective governance and leadership. For this purpose, board of governance, there will be a board of governance in every higher education institution, and that will be, this is the principle of light but tight. Means light in the sense that you will be governed by a board of governors of your institution, and but you have to show, you have to perform, you have to give results, you have to reach the learning outcomes that will be assessed. Means you have to give, but you will get autonomy in your day-to-day working. Other key areas of focus in this area, in this population, in this education policy, that the professional education is also being discussed, the agricultural education, legal education, health education, technical education, and adult education. Now adult education program will have 5 parts: foundational literacy and numeracy, critical life, vocational skills development, basic education, and continuing education. And this there will be 5 aspects in the adult education: lifelong learning. And promotion of Indian languages, art and culture will be given focus. Technology use and integration, that I have already discussed in the principles. And the online and digital education will be given a very high importance in this policy. Then policy discusses about the making it happen, that how these 3 parts which I have already earlier discussed will be implemented. The policy, the 3 parts which have been discussed, how the implementation will be made of these. Then for this purpose, the most responsibilities will be given, or this comes the responsibility in the shoulder of the board of the strengthening the central board advisory board, CABE. You might have studied the CABE. This will be strengthened. This will central advisory board of education. Then Ministry of Human Resource Development be designated as a Ministry of Education, and now this has order has been passed, and now MHRD is known as Ministry of Education. And the the purpose is the public investment in education sector is targeted to reach 6% of DGP, and presently this the 4.3% of DGP is being spent on education in India. In addition to one-time expenditure, with the other government will also develop spent on infrastructure and resources by the universal providing of quality early childhood and care education, ensuring foundational literacy and numeracy, providing adequate appropriate resources for school complexes. These are the modalities by which the government will ensure that financing of education is proper. And in the conclusion, this new national education policy 2020 is the most awaited and long overdue. I earlier discussed that this is 34 years after this policy has come, after the new education policy 1986, that this was awaited and overdue. After the final draft of NEP, it has been submitted to MHRD. Now the focus needs to be shifted to its effective and efficient implementation in reality. all stakeholders means stakeholders are who? Stakeholders are the state governments, central government, MHR, now education ministry, education departments, boards of different school boards, central at central level and state levels, and the district level authorities, and the teacher education institutions, universities, schools, universities, colleges, and students, teachers, and parents. These are all stakeholders of this educational system. They have to shoulder their responsibilities to make it happen. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Sona Madam, for providing me this opportunity to discuss the main points of the new education, the national education policy. Thank you very much. Thank you all.
Thank you very much, sir. We have indeed had a very good revision of the NP 2020. And now we have our Dean Ma'am with us, Professor Savita Srivastava, who was busy in a meeting. We would like her to bless us and introduce us to NPE 2020.
आपकी PPT कहाँ पे?
सोना मैडम, PPT उसमें है.
किसमें है?
प्रेम सुन.
चलो, तो वो वहाँ से शेयर करेंगे.
नहीं, कर दिया. ये इसमें ये क्यों नहीं आई? कुछ ये क्या आ रहा है इधर? ये जो है सर, मैम आपकी आवाज आ रही है, सामने देख के बोल दीजिए. देखिए स्लाइड है. जैसे ये साइड में जो आ रहा है ना, ये कैसे हटेगा? ये स्क्रीन का जो साइड में आ रहा है ना, नीचे कोने में जो आ रहा है. ये नीचे वाला इससे दिखना दिक्कत होती है.
ये तो वहीं से है.
ये पूरा इसका इनबिल्ट है. इसको स्लाइड शो कैसे करें? इसको स्लाइड शो का ऑप्शन नहीं आ रहा है.
नहीं, स्लाइड तो वही करेंगे. आप नेक्स्ट बोलिएगा, उनके उस पे है.
अच्छा,
आप नेक्स्ट बोलिएगा.
A very good morning to all of you. I am Savita Srivastava, Dean and HOD B.Ed program, Dalbagh Educational Institute. I have been presenting a paper, An Introduction to National Education Policy 2020. I have tried to highlight some other features in this policy, in this context. इसको बैक करना है मुझे, वो बैक करें. First of all, I would like to introduce you, I would like to bring the major nation-international scenario which caused to frame this policy. All of you and all of us know that we have faced 2 World War and 2 Cold War, and after Second World War, United Nations has been came into existence. There is a main cause behind this to frame this education policy. Universal Declaration of Human Rights in 1948, which declared everyone has the right to education. Article 26 in this declaration stated education shall be free, at least in the elementary and fundamental stages.
Elementary education shall be compulsory, and education shall be directed to the full development of the human personality and to the strengthening of respect for human rights and fundamental freedoms. We know that our Article 45 in Indian Constitution also highlights these points. Free and compulsory education up to age group of 14 years. Now, journey begins. Millennium Development Goal. Millennium Development Goals in September 2000. Leaders of 189 countries gathered at UNO and signed historic Millennium Declaration. Its target was 2015 and its main focus was reducing child mortality and promoting gender equality. Please next. These are 8 Millennium Development Goals. First is poverty and hunger, eradication, extreme poverty, hunger, achieve universal primary education, promote gender equality and empower women, reduce child mortality, improve maternal health, combat HIV, AIDS, malaria and other disease, ensure environmental sustainability. Ensure environmental sustainability is also utmost important aspect today's era, because environmental sustainability, it covers 3 aspects: social development, economic development and environmental protection, in which environmental protection is the topmost priority, and economic development, naturally we need economic development too, but without harm our environmental criteria, ecosystem. And 8th is develop a global partnership for development. Please next. These are same. Please next. Now Millennium Development Goals were revolutionary in providing a common language to reach global agreement. The 8 goals were realistic and easy to communicate with a clear measurement monitoring mechanism. Here, substantial progress has been made regarding the Millennium Development Goals. The world has already realized the first MDG of having the extreme poverty rate by 2015. However, the achievements have been uneven. The MDGs expired in 2015 and the discussion of a post-2015 agenda continued. At this juncture, the focus was on building a sustainable world where environmental sustainability, social inclusion, economic development are being cherished. Please next. The Global Consultation of Sustainable Development Goals, the United Nations Conference on Sustainable Development, Rio de Janeiro 2012, stimulated a process to develop a new set of Sustainable Development Goals. In July 2014, the UN General Assembly Open Working Group, OWG, proposed a document containing 17 goals to be put forward for General Assembly approval in September 2015. This document set the ground for new Sustainable Development Goals and the Global Development Agenda spanning from 2015 to 2030. Now you may see that I am coming that point. I am trying to link this international context with our new education policy. Please next, Prem Sarup ji. Sona madam, Prem Sarup ji. These are the 17 Sustainable Development Goals, 2030 agenda. And in this goal, 4th goal is most important. The Integrated Sustainable Development Goals, ISDGs model is a policy simulation tool designed to help policymakers and other stakeholders make sense of the complex web of interconnections between the SDGs. A global education development agenda reflected in the goals 4. Goal 4 of the agenda 2030 for sustainable development adopted by India in 2015 seeks to ensure inclusive and equitable quality education and promote lifelong learning opportunities for all by 2030. Now here we see that we have adopted SDG 4th goal, and new education policy is based on this principle, this goal, as well as the preamble of our Indian constitutions. Such a lofty goal will require the entire education system to be reconfigured to support and foster learning, so that all the critical targets and goals of the 2030 agenda for sustainable development can be achieved. This new education policy 2020 envisions creation, transformation, use and dissemination of knowledge as a part of this continuum, and having a visualization that is India-centered education system that contributes directly to transforming our nation sustainability and into an equitable and vibrant knowledge society by providing high quality education to all. The gap between the current state of learning outcomes and what is required must be bridged through undertaking major reforms that bring the highest quality, equity and integrity into the system, from early childhood care and education through higher education. Matlab, we have tried to cover all aspects of education from beginning, early childhood and higher education. Its major goal is search for truth. The aim must be for India to have an education system by 2040 that is second to none, with equitable access to the highest quality education for all learners, regardless of social or economic background. This National Education Policy 2020 is the first education policy of the 21st century and aims to address the many growing developmental imperatives of our country. This policy proposed the revision and revamping of all aspects of the education structure, including its regulation and governance, to create a new system that is aligned with the aspirational goal of 21st century education, including Sustainable Development Goals 4, while building upon India's traditions and values systems. The National Education Policy lays particular emphasis on the development of the creative potential of each individual. It is based on the principle that education must develop not only cognitive capacities, both the foundational capacities of literacy and numeracy, and higher order cognitive capacities such as critical thinking, problem solving, but also social, ethical, and emotional capacities and dispositions. NPE 2020 built the fundamental pillars of access, equity, quality, affordability, and accountability. The fundamental principles that will guide both the education system at large as well as the individual institutions within it are recognizing, identifying, and fostering the unique capabilities of each student by sensitizing teachers as well as parents to promote each student's holistic development in both academic and non-academic spheres. According to the highest priority to achieving fundamental literacy and numeracy by all the students by grade 3. Flexibility, so that learners have the ability to choose their learning courses and programs and thereby choose their own paths in lifelong according to their talents and interests. No hard separations between arts and science, between curricular and extracurricular activities, between vocational and academic streams, etc., in order to eliminate harmful hierarchies among and silos between different areas of learning. Multidisciplinary and a holistic education across the science, social science, arts, humanities, and sports for a multidisciplinary world in order to ensure the unity and integrity of all knowledge. Emphasis on conceptual understanding rather than rote learning and learning for exams. Creativity and critical thinking to encourage logical decision making and innovation. These are the main features of this policy which I am discussing. Ethics and human and constitutional values like empathy, respect for others, cleanliness, courtesy, democratic spirit, spirit of service, respect for public property, scientific temper, liberty, responsibility, diversity, equality, and justice. Promoting multilingualism and the power of language in teaching and learning, life skills such as communication, cooperation, teamwork, and resilience. Focus on regular formative assessment while learning rather than the summative assessment that encourages today's coaching culture. Extensive use of technology in teaching and learning, removing language barriers, increasing access for Divyang students, and educational planning and management. For diversity and respect for local context in all curriculum, pedagogy, and policy, always keeping in mind that education is a concurrent subject. Full equity and inclusion of as the cornerstone of all educational decisions to ensure that all students are able to thrive in the education system. Synergy in curriculum across all levels of education from early childhood care and education to school education to higher education, teachers and faculty as the heart of the learning process. Though I am explaining this, I am talking about these features, but I think I no need to explain because our Professor NPS Chandel also explained these features and all its entire 4 division, 3 division are planning and planning in the context of different areas of education, and fourth is how to execute, how it make it happen. So I think I would like to conclude these ideas and please next. I do hope that this new education policy 2020 plays its role to usher in a knowledge society which will have 3 key drives with societal transformation, wealth generation, and knowledge resource protection. Bas, that's it.
Thank you.
Thank you, Sona madam, for inviting me.
Thank you very much, ma'am, for your explanation of how this policy NEP 2020 is visionary and also based on sustainable goals, how it would lead to a better future for us and our children. And it also promotes cultural diversity, knowledge of culture, inclusion, equality, and human rights as well. Thank you very much, ma'am. And now we move over to our expert. An introduction to our first expert, Dr. Vijay Kumar, will now be presented by Professor Lajwa.
I welcome Dr. Vijay Kumar to the webinar on National Education Policy 2020. Dr. Vijay Kumar is MSc, ML, MPhil, PhD, Multimedia Technology of Education. His area of specialization interest is multimedia technology, guidance and counseling, environmental education, science education, information and communication technology, and curriculum studies. He has 26 publications in national and international journals and presented 65 papers, national and international conferences. In 2015-16, he was awarded Best Teacher, a certificate of merit for teaching from Pondicherry University, And in 2014-15, Best Teacher again a certificate of merit for teaching from Pondicherry University. Member of ERAS MUS and capacity building for higher education on content and language integrated learning methodology from the academic year 2016-19 funded by European Union Commission. He has UGC sponsored research project on environmental ethics among college students. During the academic year 2012-14, he has been Regional Director, Northern Regional Committee, presently Eastern Regional Committee, National Council for Teacher Education, New Delhi. Deputy Secretary, Academic Regulation and Legal Division. Nodal Officer to NCTE, Member, Project Approved Board in MHRD, Government of India, and assisting MHRD through participation in various committees formed for specific technical works contribution. Screening Committee Member, Pandit Madan Mohan Malviya National Mission for Teacher and Training. Court Member of West Bengal, Teacher Education University, Kolkata, West Bengal. UGC visiting team members to private universities of the country, coordinating various academic work involving curriculum designing and other focus area in teacher education, including ITEP 2019 course and project Legal House, B.Ed Global. Dealing with regulatory mechanism, including standardization of teacher education under extant NCTE Act and rules regulations. I now invite Sir to kindly deliver his talk on role of NEP 2020 in teacher education. Plan of action.
Oh, very good morning to one and all present here. It's
Namaskar, sir.
Namaskar, sir.
Welcome, sir. Namaskar.
Thank you so much, sir. Very kind of you. I'm sitting with no power, not sitting in Delhi. Please, excuse me. So I'm managing with two mobiles, no power, so that I don't think it's difficult to see me also. At the outset, I congratulate the Center for Knowledge Acquisition, Retention and Transformation by School of Education under the program of Pandit Madan Mohan Malviya National Mission on Teachers and Training, Ministry of Education, Government of India. It's indeed a great privilege and pride on behalf of Pondicherry University. And it's very strange that when the Center for Knowledge Acquisition, Retention and Transformation proposal came to Ministry of Education, I was one of the member of the project approval board. We were also strongly opining that this sort of an activities should try to continue and contribute more towards the transformation in the field of teacher education. And that's how I was literally connected to Dayal University, Center for the CCOT, School of Education. This one day a level webinar on NEP 2020, teacher roles, challenges and response was a very good sign of ensuring that national education policy came into force after 34, 35 years of its existence. And it has a lot of ambitious, the way it has been conceived and going to be implemented with a clear vision and mission, so that the entire country will benefit, starting from school education till higher education system. My role was very much confined to the teacher education, in which what are all the plan of action proposed by National Council for Teacher Education. This was designed and proposed, more or less it is submitted to the Ministry of Education in the month of October and November, with a hope that whatever the basic structure or the vision and mission of NEP 2020, keeping the rigor into consideration, we have proposed the plan of action. By the time it was hardly a matter of 3-4 months, National Education Policy and all regulatory bodies, including NCT. By the time I was looking after this academic division and regulation division, we had our own plan of action by which it will go for its implementation, taking the necessary action at the level of Ministry of Education. So I'd be happy to taking you through the slides so that you will understand how this plan of action of teacher education has been presented and submitted to the Ministry of Education. With the organizers, I request organizers to allow me to share my screen. Yes. I hope this screen is visible now.
Yes, sir, it is visible.
Yes, sir. If you just look at the preamble of National Education Policy, it's very clear in terms of defining what education is. Education is a fundamental activity for achieving full human potential. No doubt, since from civilization, man is capable of contributing best of his ability, taking the local and regional, national and international resources into consideration. How education became a fundamental agency. It is in a kind of a process that takes place over a period of time to the generation, to the civilization, and to the entire mankind. And until and unless your education is capable of achieving and attaining the full human potential, whatever the best that man has, developing an equitable society. It's not easy to create a society which is already rooted in its own custom, culture, practice, and tradition. It is education that creates, develops a society into an equitable platform. And ultimately, if your education is not capable of promoting national development, and I consider the education has no role to contribute directly to the national development and welfare. That's what one of the great statement of one of the Indian Education Commission. No country can progress until and unless the role of a teachers are very well defined. See, the national development cannot be defined by its own bricks and boulders. It has been decided, it has been determined by its own kind of an education, type of education, taking the structure and function of education system that we are imparting. Friends, national development cannot be simply seen by its boulders and bricks. It has been decided, determined, purely based on the kind of an activities, the kind of an action that is being taking place by means of an education. That's what preamble categorically says, that it's an education that decides to excel the best of the human potential, creating an equitable society, and ultimately it leads to the promoting national development. All of us are in the field of teacher education. How best we are molding and shaping the future generation or your own student teachers, contributing more and more towards promoting the national development. And the second preamble is also clearly defined, providing universal access to quality education. the pre-independence, the post-independence, India is struggling to ensure to provide the quantity education. The entire country was triggering towards ensuring that everyone has to be educated, everyone has to be literate. And the drive of mass education was the soul of the post-independence era. Reaching universal access to quality education is very tough. Taking after 78 years of its independence, what are the measures, what are the action plan that government of India is taking in order to ensure that what kind of an universal access to get the quality education? So the paradigm shift from quantity education to quality education is the buzzword, and all teacher education institutions should shoulder the responsibility of ensuring that every teacher, student teacher, every individual, every school child should get the quality education. And besides, the progress the India is marching towards the true national development and the prosperity. See, whenever there is a national development, there are certain indicators. It's an economic condition of the country. No doubt, India has been invaded by various so-called Britishers. And looking at the economic growth of our country is really alarming. And we were able to maintain its own stability and consistency in order to ensure economic growth of a country is much, much better than so-called developed countries to a greater extent. So creating social justice is not a day or a month or a year's effort. It is to ensure that India is trying hard in order to maintain its social justice and equality. It is the education that is going to decide how best all sectoral reforms that are trying to ensure that social order, social justice, and equality to be maintained. And the next variable is the scientific advancement. No doubt, India is marching towards ensuring and developing its scientific and technological advancement. We were far, far ahead of so-called the advanced countries in terms of scientific and technological advancement. So the kind of a changes that is being taking place, it's all decided by the scientific advancement or the technological innovation that is being taking place in this country. National integration should also be one of the key component of our Indian education system. Until and unless we were able to tune the mindset of the students community in any sector, it's very, very difficult to taking them in the lines of the national integration. And the last is a cultural preservation. Every country, irrespective of its growth and development, prosperity, progress, or any order, it's been purely decided by its own culture that is being rooted in its own the custom, culture, practice, and traditions. India, being a diversified country, should always be promoting we are one. We have every capacity and capabilities, and trying to integrate and trying to improve the cultural roots that have been rooted in our own culture and customs. So it's an education that tries to act as an agency in order to preserve the cultural heritage, the cultural roots in terms of the Indian context and culture and so-called diversity. And another statement of preamble of NEP 20 was very clear. Our education must move towards less content and more towards learning. No doubt, many of the commissions reported and recorded and opined that Indian education system is mostly towards rote memory or other conventional method of teaching. And so this statement is really alarming all of us to ensure that how best we are moving towards less content. Content should not be so much by means of the baggages or the carriage that we carried by a child. It should be more towards learning, and that learning should be critical. An individual or a student should always think critically whatever the best is going to learn, and it should be creative and innovative. You'll be surprised that National Knowledge Commission, which was chaired by Sam Pitroda, even in one of its report also categorically says that Indian education system, especially in school education system, is not clearly framed or designed and developed, taking the important variables of critically, one is capable of critically evaluating one has to critically evaluate, and he has to think critically, logically, and thereby he is capable of developing his own creative ability, and that leads to an innovation. That's how our education system should always move towards less of content and more towards learning. Your entire focus should be driven towards more towards the learning rather than content-driven approach or content-driven strategies in our day-to-day life, classroom or teaching learning process. So pedagogy became an important factor or an element of our Indian education system. No doubt, pedagogy can only be emphasized taking the content and pedagogy, and that content and pedagogy must evolve to make education more experiential. See, one has to feel a kind of a changes or a kind of a reforms or a progress that a child is experiencing. It should be in a position to feel that there is a series of changes that I'm feeling, I'm experiencing. One has to feel and one has to felt that there is changes or there is a reforms that I'm learning over a period of time. It should be holistic, it should be integrated. Your education system should be inquiry-driven, discovery-oriented, learner-centered, discussion-based, flexible, and of course, it should be enjoyable. So the entire so-called variables that I've had it, or that has been reflected in the preamble of NEP 20, should always be driven towards education should be more of inquiry-based, discovery-oriented, learner-centered, and flexible. Of course, it should be enjoyable. So the entire variables have been brought under integrated teacher education program that ICT has been witnessing, are going to launch this ITEP 2019 program maybe by 2022. See, all the ideas that has been incorporated in integrated teacher education program that is going to be launched from the year 2022, you will be in a position to witness all ideas have been incorporated, whatever the variables that I have added here. I feel this national education policy is a blend of an Indianization to an internationalization. No doubt, we need to understand how best the resources that we have, that is being decided based on the local resources. That means local to global is the mantra or maybe the vision of or mission of India. Until and unless we understand our strengths, taking the resources of Indian diaspora, the local resources are much more important because it satisfy the immediate needs. That later that can be considered as a resource. That's what this policy is trying to blend the Indianization, taking our cultural civilization roots and our own strengths, and taking or replicating certain international standards, certain international resources as well. Taking the national education in a nutshell, I think Professor Chandal might have added this, what exactly the salient features. Basically, national education policy has been designed and developed on 4 major verticals or the pillars. One is regulation, which is monitoring and having a monitoring mechanism of ensuring that how any institution, starting from school education till higher education, is being monitored regularly on a on a different interval basis, so that they'll be in a position to ensure that proper norms and standards in place. For that, whatever the number of more than 18 regulatory bodies that are functioning in this country have been now restructured, re-engineered in such a way that a regulation will be more or less functioning in a single window mechanism. Regulation will be in one pillar in which all regulatory bodies are working in a single window mechanism or a model. Second pillar is the standard setting. See, no doubt, when entire Indian education system is moving towards quantity to quality, definitely there should be a fixed standard or a benchmark that has to be defined and decided by a particular body. So, wherein there will be another single window mechanism, that maybe an NAC comes into a picture of setting certain standards or benchmarking of ensuring good number of institutions that are going to stand. Whomsoever making education as a commercialized hub, definitely gradually they are going to be shut down, and India is going to witness good number of institutions which are very strong, who are capable of imparting quality education. The third is an accreditation. No doubt, when Indian education system would be able to decide and distinguish which is a good institution, which is a bad institution, which is a worst institution, those kind of a classification of the institutions has to be done in order to ensure that institutions are functioning as per the national goals, taking the millennium goals into consideration also. So Government of India is going to set up one of the important body in order to ensure that on a fixed intervals, institution will be accredited and assessed depending upon the quality of education that is being imparted in that institution. The fourth is a funding. No doubt, funding is in a very different manner as per the 1986 policy. Now, funding is also a more or less in a single window mechanism. In order to change, funding should be from a single mechanism. And salient features, every one of us knows that Indian education system, the structure of Indian education system is moving from 10+2+3 pattern to 5+3+3+4, wherein there are a lot of national curriculum framework which will be designed by the NCRT, and the national curriculum framework for teacher education will be designed by the NCT in consultation with the various stakeholders of this country. And there are other salient features, and every one of you know that. Taking the teacher education into consideration as per the national education policy, there are 3 models of teacher education program was recommended by national education policy. One is 4 years integrated teacher education program that will be in place by 2022, and the second is 2 years B.Ed program that is already in place, and all of us are working in that program, and 1 year of B.Ed which was also recommended by the national education policy, with a hope that the candidate or a postgraduate, who completed in a post-graduation school subject, who want to become a school teacher, maybe in secondary or higher secondary, so he can also be avail this 1 year of degree, and subsequently he can also become the teacher. See, these 3 models of teacher education program is in place, and that will be the future of teacher education in the country as well. Coming to the plan of action that has been given it to me, and so the left side you can see that as I mentioned, teacher education was reflected in chapter 15, and the item which you can see in the screen is the 15 point, which means 15.1, 15.2, something like that. So the second column is a recommendation. What exactly the national education policy recommended it, and what is the plan of action that NCT has been designed. And this is actually designed or proposed and submitted to the Minister of Education when I was a deputy secretary in NCT, and I left the NCT in the month of December. And for that, maybe the another speaker, Mr. Dinesh Kumar Chitredi, will be adding whenever some kind of a gap is there in the plan of action, whatever the NCT has presented, and accordingly, he'll be whenever there is a gap, he'll be in a position to fulfill that. Okay. Taking the 15.1, which is a preamble of what teacher education is supposed to do and all, and that I didn't bring in. And 15.2 is a very serious observation of Justice Verma Commission report in the year 2012. And you'll be surprised that it's very report categorically says that majority of the standalone teacher education institutions, close to 10,000 teacher education institutions, is not functioning or even attempting a serious teacher education program that is being imparted in the teacher education. So, what is the plan of action that NCT has suggested is
दो चार बन जाती हैं ये सारी बड़ा समस्या ये हमें बड़ी हंसी आती है। हमारे मित्र हैं वो कहते हैं सुनील भाई वो छोड़ के गई उसके चक्कर में 2-3 बन गए।
Pradeep sir, please mute yourself. Pradeep sir.
Someone is speaking, sir.
Pradeep sir is speaking. Please unmute. Please mute yourself.
Pradeep sir.
Yes, sir. Should I continue? I think there's a background noise, sir. Kindly ensure that. Right? See, this serious observation of Justice Verma Commission, now NCT has taken a few measures to ensure that every year institution should submit its performance appraisal report to monitor whether institution is running as per the expected lines. For that, in the year 2019, NCT has invited the performance appraisal report. You will be surprised that 7,170 teacher education institutions were only filled the par, which means whatever the basic observation of Justice Verma Commission in which 10,000 teacher education institutions is not functioning is close to a reflected. And you will be surprised that we have NCT is monitoring close to 17,000 teacher education institutions, and only 7,170 teacher education institutions could be able to fill the par, which means 10,000 left over. 10,000 teacher education institutions could not be able to fill the par. That shows that 10,000 close to this kind of an institutions are not functioning as per the norms and standards fixed by the NCT. And these 15.3 is and the another mechanism 15.3 in which by 2030 only educationally sound multidisciplinary and integrated teacher education program shall be in force. For that, NCT has already invited the application taking the draft national education policy into consideration to establish model teacher education programs or maybe the institution, and taking the integrated teacher education program 2019 into consideration. And it was of the opinion that each state will have one model teacher education institutions. So that will be in force by 2022, and that will be only started in the government teacher education institutions across the country, and that will set certain trends, certain changes that Government of India or maybe the NCT would like to start. And 15.4 is all multidisciplinary universities and colleges will aim to establish education department which, besides carrying out cutting-edge research in various aspects of education, will also run B.Ed program. See, this multidisciplinary universities, no doubt, in most of the universities, colleges of education or the Department of Education or the School of Education are functioning in isolation. For that, this policy will try to network different disciplines which are pedagogy based. It can be a social science or a commerce or maybe social science or languages or whatsoever it is. They'll try to bring into a kind of a multidisciplinary institution so that the best of the resources in and around can be shared. And all standalone teacher institutions shall be required to convert into multidisciplinary institution by 2030, since they'll have to offer 4-year integrated teacher education program in future. See, taking this two major tasks of under 15.4 multidisciplinary universities or the colleges, in order to ensure and develop a very big network of sharing the resources from one end to the another end. And all the standalone teacher education institutions who are offering only B.Ed colleges in a single standalone or maybe in a single campus, they are supposed to convert their institutions into a 4 years or maybe a multidisciplinary institution so that they can offer 4 years of B.Ed. As I mentioned, NCT has taken a lot of initiatives to ensure that ITEP course, once ITEP goes into a force, more or less, the vision of this multidisciplinary universities or maybe the squeezing out the standalone teacher education institutions should also be taken into consideration or taken into task. For that, an appropriate mechanism shall be proposed, ensuring all standalone teacher education institution will have to require to convert the multidisciplinary institutions. It offers 4 years of teacher education institutions or the programs in future. 15.6, higher education institutions offering teacher education program will ensure that availability of a range of different experts in the field of education related to discipline as well as specialized subject. We are trying to bring them into in one fold so that the best of the resources or the expertise can also be reached to the unreached. For that, a network of government and private schools also will be closely connected. So that some of the missing components like community services, adult and vocational education will also brought under higher education institutions in which teacher education program is being offered. I'm sure NCT will have to take a lead in order to develop a clearly defined mechanism and the roadmap in consultation with the NCRT, NEPA, and other state governments and the union territories. 15.7 is admission to pre-service teacher education program shall be through a suitable subject and aptitude test conducted by the National Testing Agency. And you'll be surprised the entire ITEP course that is being granted in the government institutions will have a fair chance that national level test will be conducted through a NTA so that each state student teachers can be admitted in a model teacher education institution. Unfortunately, that could not able to materialize. Maybe by next year, this kind of a national level testing will be conducted in order to admit the student teachers into a model teacher education institutions, which will be established one in each state. And for that, entire MOU has been made between NCT and NTA, and entire framework is in force maybe in a couple of months. 15.10, enrich teaching learning processes for quality education. So the use of technology platforms such as Swayam and Diksha for online training of teachers will also be encouraged so that standardized training program can be imparted. And you'll be surprised that during pandemic, when unprecedented situation has been created, NCT has prepared close to 35 areas of specialization content, e-content, so-called e-content or maybe open education resources have been hosted in the NCT website. Those who are interested or those who are teacher educators can simply log into NCT website and you could see that recent announcement where OER materials, close to almost 35 areas of specialization materials have been loaded in the form of a module, in the form of video, in the form of a PowerPoint presentation, and varieties of education resources have been already incorporated in NCT website. Those who want to have can kindly visit the NCT website to avail the open education resources which have been hosted by more than 100 teacher educators across the country. And NCT is also taking an initiative of bringing the Swayam and Diksha portal into an NCT domain so that teacher educators can also avail the services of the Swayam and Diksha portal directly or streamlined through an NCT. And I think NCT is in the process of taking the approval by the ministry, and definitely that is going to be. And the 15.11 is establishment of National Mission for Mentoring. This is the National Mission for Mentoring refers some of the teachers who are retired, who are experts in some kind of a pedagogical or content based expertise. See, once they retired, hardly we have a chance to take their expertise. For that, NCT is in the process of streamlining and pooling various teachers, so-called expertise or maybe experienced teachers. NCT is in the process of pooling the list of retired or the experts teacher so that their resources or their expertise can also be used for the later purpose. And the 15.8, year after Department of Education working in any state or central universities or institutes will necessarily aim to be diverse and taking the teaching research and other into, and NCT will definitely has to design appropriate mechanism taking the entire framework into consideration. And in future, all PhD entrants should take one of the at least 4 or 6 credit based courses in teaching, especially from education. So that will encourage them to that will strengthen their teaching skills or maybe the pedagogical skills once they become the teachers. So that NCT has to take an appropriate mechanism how best we are going to design it. And 15.10 is speaking about the in-service continuous professional development for college and university teachers. Usually NCT has taken some kind of an initiative to ensure that all diets, you'll be surprised that all diets will be rationalized now, and earlier diets are exclusively meant for training the pre-service teacher training, and now ministry has taken a bold decision to rationalize them and convert them into a in-service professional centers, so that in the particular districts they'll be trained, and the teachers who are working in the government schools or in other sectors, so they'll be trained in the diets. And I think NCT, that is how NCT will become the future, and year after NCT will become the national professional standard setting body in order to ensure quality of the teachers are going to be recruited in the schools, and the regulatory powers will have a fair chance to be squeezed and monitored by some other portal, and it's not yet been decided. And let's see how Government of India is going to take up that initiatives. And for that, OERs, Open Education Resources, Diksha and Swayam platform, we are trying to network through an NCT portal so that all beneficiaries can also be utilize this resources. And 15.11, that's called National Mission for Mentoring. The entire design is already in the advanced stage. I'm sure Mr. Dinesh Kumar Chaturvedi, the Undersecretary of the Academic Division NCT, will be in a position to reflect upon the National Mission for Mentoring. So this is what the entire action plan for suggested, proposed action plan for teacher education as per the NEP 2020. So I think I'll stop here. So these are all certain reforms that Government of India is going to take it up, and I've also added this teacher education, teacher eligibility will be a future, and from pre-primary to higher secondary, NCT is going to establish, because NCT is an authority to decide the qualification or the eligibility to become school teachers in this country. And earlier or even present, only 2 levels of teacher eligibility test is meant for primary and upper primary. Now it will be in 5 stages, from pre-primary, primary, upper primary, secondary, and higher secondary, taking the structure into consideration. And other goals as usual, and I don't think that's required. And I'll share the PPT. If you want, you can also share it among this one. So I'm sure Indian education system is in the there's a paradigm shift, changing from one level to the another level, and there are fair chance that Indian education system is going to be is in the process of reforming. It is going to be regenerated, and definitely it is going to be transformed. And the role of a teacher is very well defined in the national education policy to ensure that they get the best of the resources and the status as an individual who is serving as a teacher in this country. So hence, role of a teacher is very much important, and the status is going to be restored, his dignity, decorum, and his financial resources are going to be ensured and restored. Definitely, that's how you are going to be the future, the set trend of the national development. With that, I conclude my presentation. Until and unless we transform, there are hardly a chance that students are going to be transformed. With this, I conclude, transformation of a teacher leads to the transformation of the student. Thank you so much for the wonderful opportunity.
Thank you, sir. I now invite participants for interaction. Thank you, sir. I now invite participants for interaction. If you have only doubts, जो भी पार्टिसिपेंट है, कोई भी क्वेश्चन, कोई भी क्वेरी है,
In the chat. Some questions are there in the chat, and others, if anybody
I'll
wants to
be
speak them out,
better, I
you can switch on your mic and आप अपना question directly कर सकते हैं.
जितने भी पार्टिसिपेंट है, प्लीज क्वेश्चन करिए.
There is one question from Gaurav Dikshit who says that what are the major challenges in implementing the policy?
Madam, at this point of time, because
Yes, sir. I think NCT has taken up all the responsibilities and many responsibilities coming up, all the targets in 2021. It is actually very challenging. So, sir, could you comment on
yes, ma'am.
theory of
no doubt, madam, NCT is really taking lead in order to ensure that quality teachers are going to be recruited.
Sir, is Sona Dikshit madam audible to you?
Sir, am I audible?
Yes, sir. And
Hello.
see, this is an oddly yes, sir. Am I
Yes,
audible?
Sir, am I audible to you?
Yes, sir. You are audible, sir.
Am I audible, sir?
Yes, madam. Yes. You are right.
Sir, there was a question from one of the participants, Gaurav Dikshit, who says that what are the major challenges in implementing the policy? As per your presentation, we just saw that NCT has taken up voluminous responsibilities. Like all that, and meeting all the targets by 2021 itself would itself be a very big challenge, sir. So, how are you geared up to?
Yes, madam. See, there are three stages, for its implementation, madam. No doubt, implementation of NEP has a lot of challenges, and there are three stages of implementation that Government of India has given. See, the immediate can be attained by 2022. The next level of its implementation by 2025. The last stage of its implementation is 2030. There are three phases of its implementation. Whichever is immediate, say for example, implementing for 4 years integrated teacher education program by 2022. So that decides the best of the model practice across the world will be enforced. For that, NCT has already taken initiatives and only to grant the recognition, making as one of the best institution in each state, so that best of the resources can be availed from that institution. That is a first task. Second challenge is minimum qualification to become a school teacher will be a graduation and a professional degree. I don't know how many teacher educators are in favor of this statement, because of the simple reason that to become a preschool teacher should be a graduation along with the professional degree. It's very difficult to accept this, because the candidates who completed diploma in elementary school education, what are they going to do? And then Government of India has fixed certain standards, norms and standards, and definitely society has to accept, ensure that quality teachers are going to be recruited in the school education system. But that definitely that's also another big task, and all of us should agree that, and recommendation of the NEP cannot be overruled, and every one of us has to prepare in such a way that whether minimum qualification to become a school teacher will be a graduation and a professional degree. That's another task. And preparing for the TET. Another challenge is TET will be in 5 stages now. Even to become preschool teacher, one has to complete or one has to pass teacher eligibility test. And the other challenge is even to become a school teacher in private schools. Even one who want to become a teacher in a private schools should also pass the TET. That's another condition or the challenges that, see, there are a number of challenges that envisaged by Ministry of Education, and gradually they are working on it. Whatever the possible ways in which this can be implemented will be taken up on an immediate basis by 2022, and rest of the will be taken up by 25 and 30. The 3 stages of action plan has already been submitted by NCT, and rest will be addressed by Mr. Dinesh Kumar Chaturvedi, taking what are the later developments that have been taking place after the December. I think that's all. I think accepting 4 years of B.Ed in Indian context is a very recently we've also met various academicians across the country. They say that there is a very no response to a 4 years B.Ed integrated program, and let's see how national education policy is taking in letter and spirit, and the implementation of 4 years B.Ed program will be enforced, and by and large entire student teacher has to take up very seriously in a letter and spirit, so that will be the future of teacher education. And 1 year of B.Ed is also a very big task, and we were of the NCT is not of the opinion that 1 year of B.Ed is supposed to be again brought back, but once it comes into the recommendation of the national education policy, I don't think that can be reviewed, and we have already given NCT has already given a clear direction that a candidate with post graduation in school subject can avail this 1 year of B.Ed, so that he can also become the teacher in the higher secondary school education system. So others are there, and we need to see that once the bill is passed and on different intervals, and subsequently an implementation phase will come into there, we can see whether it is a challenge or maybe the boon or bane will be decided once the bill is passed in the ministry, by the ministry. Thank you so much. I think I was able to clarify that doubt.
Thank you, sir.
Hello?
Yes, madam. Yes, madam.
Hello?
Yes, madam. You are audible.
Hello?
Yes, ma'am. Chopra ma'am is there with us. I think she wants to ask the question, sir. Yes, ma'am. Please go on.
Dr. Vijay Kumar.
Yes, madam.
In NP, lots of recommendations have been done regarding role of teachers, and also they have recommended that we should prepare quality teacher training colleges should prepare quality teachers.
Yes,
on the other hand, it is also stated that we should provide quality education to children. But on the other hand, teachers are appointed as contract teachers, temporary teachers for the last so many years. Even now they are being appointed as contract teachers. So they are feeling demotivated. So what plan of action NEP has recommended about their service conditions, about pay scales and others, so that they will, after passing that national talents course, this is competitive course for teachers. So they are not, paying full scales, full pay, or all the service facilities. So what government has given recommendations about those teachers?
Yes, I do agree, madam, because NCT being an authority to decide minimum qualification to appoint as a school teachers in the Indian education system, and no doubt teacher education and school education are inseparable entities. They are complementary. See, the kind of teachers who have been trained in the teacher education institutions and who are going to work in the schools, that part of contract teachers and all, it's technically a state arrangement. Since education is in concurrent place, state should hold the responsibility of appointing a teachers depending upon the demand and supply. And if they are recruiting only to ensure that if they are in a contract basis, and it's all a kind of arrangement that government of concerned state governments have been made. And see, we only ensure that whether teacher is is employed as a contract basis or something like that, so they should impart quality teaching. That is our basic concern. And this kind of an ad hoc or a contract or maybe a part-time and all, it's a state concern. Definitely ministry is also working on that, how this can be resolved, this issue of appointing contract teachers and all. Ministry of Education is also working hard in order to ensure that that kind of a contract or maybe HARDOC or maybe part-time appointment, tenure appointment can be abolished, taking the total the demand of a particular concerned state, so that Government of India also can share the responsibility of appointing the teachers in the concerned state governments. So that's a very typical case as far as the most of the responsibility lies with the state government, depending upon how they recruit, what kind of a mode of appointment they they appoint. That has to be decided by the concerned state government. I'm sure intervention of the Minister of Education will also resolve this sort of an issue.
But it is clearly stated in the NEP that they will fulfill these qualifications, they will pass out that CTET, etc. Even then, they are fulfilling all the conditions. Teachers are fulfilling all the conditions. Even then, there should be some guidelines for or recommendations from the center to the state government, so that they can follow those recommendations. Otherwise, we are expecting that they will produce quality teacher, they will provide quality education. They will provide good education to our students. But on the other hand, their pockets are not full. They are not getting full salary, because now teaching is also a profession. So when other professions are giving full salaries to the employees, then teachers should not be deprived of this facility. This is my,
Yes, I do agree, madam. I do agree this statement, because NEP is in force now, and implementation is in definitely a transition phase. What kind of a decision that Government of India is taking in order to resolve the issues, taking the state government into consideration, because state government is definitely struggling to recruit the teachers. And for that, intervention of the Ministry of Education will definitely resolve the issues. And I think authorities of NCT can also put a word. Normally, what happened when annually concerned state government secretaries, education secretaries, will do come for getting the share of the central government. So by the time, if they even we were there in the project approval board, not especially when the sharing of the finance and all by the central government, and they do propose that we need to recruit this much of a teachers, and for that we need to have some kind of central assistance and all. Ministry of Education is generous enough to sanction. If they ask 100 crores, they'll be in a position to sanction at least half of the proposal. That is how gradually they are trying to resolve the issues, and you will be surprised that Government of India is hardly devoting the kind of chunk to a ministry, education sector. For that, they need to share the responsibility along with the state governments, and it is someone who is sitting in the chair has to decide which state required more funds as far as the recruitment is concerned, maintaining the quality education and other resources that are necessary for school education or maybe the other education sector.
Yes, sir. This is a very vital issue for concern, because we are actually facing at one end the overqualified teachers are not getting proper jobs and proper positions. I think that is why the 4-year integrated program will also assist in proper allocation of teachers to schools. And we could have this kind of a discussion again. We could continue in our panel discussion. So, yes, ma'am, we could come back for the panel discussion. Sir will be there with us. And now I would request Professor Kushesh to kindly introduce our expert, our next expert for the talk. Professor Kushesh, please.
Okay, Sona madam. May I? Hello? हाँ सोना audible है? Hello?
Sir, you are audible, sir. You are audible.
Okay. Thank you, sir. Thank you. Welcome, sir. It is my great privilege to introduce and welcome such a dynamic personality Dr. D.K. Chaturvedi on the auspicious occasion of one-day webinar on NEP 2020, teacher roles, challenges and responses. Dr. D.K. Chaturvedi is an eminent educator, administrator and policy planner. He has a big treasure of experiences and credentials. He is Under Secretary, National Council for Teacher Education, NCT, headquarters Delhi. Dr. Chaturvedi did his master's degree in English literature from Banaras Hindu University. He chosen teaching as a career and always been passionate about teaching. He has spent around 20 years in developing new knowledge, skills, and attitudes in teaching at different levels. He has over 10 years of experience in educational administration and focused on vigorous planning and implementation at national level. Dr. Chaturvedi is a recipient of the President Award in the year 2012 for own and excellent work performance. He is a visiting scholar of Arizona State University, USA, under Indo-US bilateral treaty on teacher education in year 2014. Dr. Chaturvedi visited Middle Eastern country to provide support to Indian teacher education in the year 2020. He is member in institutional capacity in drafting state legislation on education. He has been officer on special duty, OSD, for implementation of Right to Education Act 2009. He has also represented NCT in several national and international conferences, meetings. Dr. Chaturvedi is a member of UGC Expert Committee and UGC Inter-Council Committee member of Anti-Ragging Cell. He is NCT Nodal Officer of NEP Cell and handling important initiatives of NCT on part of NEP 2020, such as some of the initiatives are taken by him are formulation of national document on national professional standards for teachers, NPST, establishment of national mission for monitoring, national curriculum framework for teacher education, 4-year integrated teacher education program aligned with National Education Policy 2020, extension of TET for all levels of school teachers, functional separation of NCT as PSSB. Except these, he has a long list of achievement, experiences, and credentials. So, sir, now at this occasion of this workshop, this seminar, webinar, in the second session, I again would like to welcome you and enlighten with your experiences and skills. Thank you, sir. Welcome. Please, sir.
नमस्ते सभी लोगों को और
नमस्कार सर, नमस्कार सर, स्वागत है सर बहुत।
और आज की इस वेबिनार में मुझे आमंत्रित करने के लिए मैं दिल से शुक्रिया अदा करता हूं सबका। Especially I am thankful to Professor Chandel, with whom I have been associated since so many years in gone days, working in NCT on the curriculum forum and all that, along with other senior professors across the country. So I would like to put on record the services of Professor Chandel in particular, and the services of the institution of education, Dayal Bagh, which is one of the reputed institution in general. So this particular forum, in fact, has been designed.
Sir, one request is from our side that we want to see your face first. Actually, your slides are visible on the screen.
It's not clear.
Sir, yes.
Is that visible?
Audience wants to see you, sir.
Is that visible?
You are not visible.
Sir, your slides are visible.
So let the slide be dropped for the time being.
Right, sir, right.
Let that slide be dropped. No issue. I'll speak without that even. So at the last, during the question hour, that slide may be put forward, because that is a specialized slide for the information to all concerned, not to this institution, but for the whole country.
Sir, I think the technical assistant can handle that. He can, enlarge the video of Chaturvedi sir and minimize the slides for now. And then we can.
Ma'am, it's in process.
Slides.
Now, sir, it's visible to us.
I'm seen.
You can minimize the slides and maximize the...
I can manage my talk without the slides. So better, if it is essential, keep it away.
No, sir, no. We doesn't mean it. We don't want.
But here I'm visible on the screen.
You can continue slides. Channel is requesting for
Sir, we can see, sir. All the participants can see you as well. There is no issue like this. Both are visible, sir. We can see you in your white shirt. All of us. So it's only some problem.
I'm planning to come to your person for having some big program.
Sir, please continue.
Okay, thank you for this inconvenience of whatever the technical fault or something is there, but now we are all okay. So first I would like to pay my regard to the galaxy of the professors who are there involved in the nation building, particularly as a teacher educator. And where we were, that my particular thanks and respect goes to Professor Chandel in particular, and then in general to all the lot, say for Professor Sonap and Professor other. Exactly, I would like at this moment I fail to recall the name, but in general I pay my respect to the teaching galaxy of this institution of repute. In fact, the topic today, whatever has been chosen, either using the platform of Pandit Madan Mohan Malvi Mission for Teacher Education, or this Dayalbagh Teacher Education, or NCT, this is really a need of our when everybody is to think over it. Because as Professor Chandel has mentioned and previous other speakers, they have mentioned a lot about the uniqueness of NEP. In fact, so they have described those points with a professional point of view. Exactly, the import of my talk is they are the professors, they are the academicians, and they have a separate perspective to analyze the things or recommendation of NEP. But we are the administrator sitting at the national level, and we are thinking that how these policies can be taken into consideration as a plan of action under the strategic implementation approach. So this difference here I would like to make, because my approach is very much at the level of the plan of action and its strategic approach, whereas the perspective of the professors, those who have spoken a lot and yet to speak, some of them just after me, their perspective was very much clear that pedagogy, innovative approach, etc., would be delivered in what concern. But most of the things which has been covered till time, they were very much appropriate, they were very much relevant. And in brief, I would like to remind you the gist of those things, say, because I was attentively listening all the discussions since very beginning. being the nodal officer in NCT for the implementation of this NEP, in NCT for recommendation of NEP 2020. Especially out of the 4 section or part of the whole documents of NEP 2020, around 27 chapters are there. And since we are the teacher education institutions, so our concern is very much specified and explained in chapter 4, chapter 5, chapter 15, and chapter 18. So as a teacher education institutions, it's my sincere appeal to the faculty members, to the student teachers, to the teacher educators, those who are directly involved in the teacher education sector. They are to be very much focused on chapter 4, chapter 5, chapter 15, and chapter 18. Because these are the chapters where something is very much directly involved to us. And it's not alone the NCT job. It's the collective responsibility of all the stakeholders across the country. That is why today from this forum, it's my sincere appeal to all of us. Let us have a joint hand together to make this venture successful as per the time schedule. As Professor Kumar has mentioned today, I'm taking a little bit time as an introductory part before starting the topic allotted to me, NPST, which is one of the significant part, and that will directly related to the role of the teachers, challenges, response, and so on and so forth. But prior to that, what Mr. Professor Kumar has mentioned, at the end of the new education policy schedule, it's very much crystal clear that the phase-wise activities will be made operational. And the country is committed just from the date 29 July 2020, when this NEP was approved by cabinet. From that day, almost every concerned, those who are with the education, they are on their job. And you'll be surprised to know that around 22 states across the country, they have already had their concrete plan of action with the task force. And some of them, 6 or 7 are there, they are having some critical approach. Some of the particular topics are there in that draft. On that, in fact, they were not agree in totality. That is why they want the clarification from the expert group, from ministry, and from other organizations sitting in Delhi or at the central level. So those are the different issues. But when 22 states, they are agreed to accept this draft for implementation in totality, the success rate can be easily examined by all of us. So first phase of implementation of NEP, by 2022, all the documents, all the preparedness would be get ready. Means notification and then shifting from one end to other end, workshop, seminar, sensitization, sharing of documents, either from the state level, either from the national level. Every work from inch to centimeter and from centimeter to kilometer will be prepared by 2022. Why it is so significant? Because 1 year back, there was an announcement by Government of India. Here we are at the threshold of celebrating this 75th year of our Independence Day in 2022. And 4 major national documents which are recommended in this NEP are under preparation by the central government, that is NCT, NCRT, NUPA, and other organizations, say NCF 2021, NCFT 2021, early childhood, that covers FLN, etc., 2020, and curriculum framework on vocational education. These are the 4 documents. They are going to be delivered for service to the nation or to the million of Indian nation or to the citizen of our country on at the occasion of 75 years of India's independence. So deadline for delivery of those 4 major documents will be prepared and delivered, will be in a delivery mode in 2022. And you can understand the significance of these 4 national documents. They are all shaping the shape of the country. And as Professor Chandel and other speakers have mentioned, that this is the first draft of the country introduced in 21st century. So I don't want to go in detail to make it clear that what is the requirement and what is the dream of 21st century, particularly for India, our target fixed for us. But simple thing is that in all aspects, in all spheres or walk of life, we are to prove that we are the superpower. We have attained, so far education in particular is concerned, until and unless we are not going to attain the 100% literacy rate, we can't be listed as a superpower, particularly when the education matter is on talk at the international forum. So these are the things which are to be felt, and everyone must recall the duty, recall the responsibility, that how this dream can be fulfilled. Today, I think we are aware that around 73 or 74% national literacy is there. So these are the different talks here. So either it is about these things, but simple 6 or 7 reminders are there. It's a simple repetition of the talk in brief. The gist of the previous speakers as an overview on national education policy. Say, for example, why this policy is so demanding? Because, you know, this policy documents has been prepared from the bottom-up approach. That is why this is the first policy in the country which is not at the controversial stage at any point of time or any recommendation, because the recommendation came from, at the initial days, came from the grassroots level, even from the panchayat level, even from the village level, even from the district, state, cluster, district, etc., etc. Then I think this was designed, and almost every challenges has been addressed in brief. So in capsule form, this 60-page draft is there with us, with 27 chapters around, within the 4 parts, and they covered almost all scenario of education in the country with the references of the past and with the future perspective. So mostly these coverages are about the formal education, non-formal education, school education, higher education, technical education, restructuring of so many bodies, and above all, the constitution of commission at the top, headed by the Prime Minister of the country. And under that journey, one stage has already been achieved by changing the nomenclature of the HRD ministry as Ministry of Education. So from the central level, work has already been started. So this is the first draft of the country introduced in 21st century. You are aware that what is the challenges we are to face to introduce. Then this policy gives us the liberty or multiple pathway to the teachers, to the trainers, to the other stakeholders. Then, as it was told, that extensive use of technology, because this pandemic situation has made a lot of emphasis that how we are to be equipped so that children of the nation could not be any more sufferer. Then there is a approach how we are to remove the language barrier, because above all, anything in the uniform way, and if in a country like India, we are thinking that there should be common approach of anything, this is a major challenge. One of the previous participant asked that challenges, you know, this is very clear that India is a diverse nature of country. And here you can understand that we are diverse on every path. So education is a big need, but diverse approach of the country, it's encountered somehow. That is why when we are thinking about the common documents for the whole country, common language for the whole country, common cultural identity for the whole country. somehow we are facing a lot of challenges. So every individual, every intellectual can understand that if we are to have one nation aim, one country aim, so we must have one education, particularly in the broader sense. I'm not talking about the micro level, but as a whole scenario. Think about the Finland, think about the USA, think about the Canada, other country, even think about the Australia. They are very diverse in nature. Even you think about the Middle Eastern country. So now today we are to think in this India, not for India, rather for the whole world to lead. That is one of the directive of the new education policy. So the need of this language barrier, how we are to remove it by introducing three language formula, or mother tongue, or first language, second language. There are so many technicality are there, but experts sitting in the country like NCRT and other NEPA, they are thinking that how it should be best suited to a country like India, which has the diverse language, dialects. Some of them are with the script, and some of them are not with the script. But the whole concern of NCT, NCRT, NEPA, MHRD is that let us focus on the language is aligned with the 8th schedule of Indian Constitution. Whatever the languages are listed, in that we are to focus on that. And very simple approach of the common teaching on the language barrier, which is very much practical from the administrative point of view. I don't know how much academician will agree on that. Everybody has a note currency in their pocket. And you see the integrated approach of that currency, or that note of 100 rupees, 500 rupees, or 2000 rupees. You see how language integration is done. 16 or 17 or 18 scripts are written on that. Do you understand that every person who are using that note or utilizing that money, are they able to read all these languages? And until and unless they are not able to read and understand the basic instruction given in the many languages on the currency of India, this dream can't be fulfilled. So my import of talk in Hindi, हर आदमी 1 रुपए की या 100 रुपए की, 500 रुपए की, 1000 की, 2000 की नोट यूज करता है. और लैंग्वेज बैरियर की बात हम करते हैं बड़े बड़े प्लेटफॉर्म पर. क्या ये जरूरी नहीं है कि हम 500 रुपए की नोट दिन भर खर्च करते हैं, एक बार 2 मिनट हम देखें कि उसमें 17-18 लैंग्वेज में जो लिखा हुआ है, हम क्या उसे बांट सकते हैं, हम क्या उसे पढ़ सकते हैं? दिस इज स्पेशली फॉर द student teachers. This is especially for those who are the student of B.Ed, M.Ed and all that. They must take the effort to study those languages initially. That 15-16 लैंग्वेज में यदि एक नोट पर लिखा हुआ है, उसके स्क्रिप्ट को हम पहचान जाएं कि ये गुजराती है, ये तमिल है, या ये पंजाबी में है, या हिंदी में है, या संस्कृत में. आप देखिए कितने दिन से आप हम नोट को यूज कर रहे हैं. बट हैव यू एवर थॉट अबाउट? सो until and unless we will not be committed towards towards recognizing the value of these languages with us, with our own efforts, and working on the language and distinction of these dialects can't be attained. So this is one of the very simple example, but there should be common approach for removing the language barrier from the country. This is one thing. That is why mother tongue and something has been advocated in this. Then schooling system as it is. Don't think that there is a major change. Only addition is done. Earlier, Right to Education Act was speaking about the age group of 6 to 14 years. Simple addition is there. That age group is expected at the lower level from 3 to 15 years. So you don't think that there is it's a very difficult, or it's a very challenging the implementation of the 5+3+3+4 pattern of the school. No, nothing like that. Simple funda is there.
Please unmute yourself.
Simple funda is there that 3 years addition has been done, and that 3 years is now covered in our formal education, which was left unattended, uncovered earlier. That is why the age for study formally or officially will start right from the 3 years of age, and 3 years of age, 3 years from 3 years to 6 years of the schooling. The significance of that you can understand. Only the government or NEP wants the organizational or just to address this challenge in a organized way. Because earlier these schooling were left unattended. Bal Bal ka, Anganwadi, Panchayati Raj institution, play, sitting school, and there are so many things, but they were not organized. Now central government and new education policy thinks that there should be motivated and unidirectional thing for importing these kind of the education. That is why this age has been extended from 3 years to 6 years, adding into previous Right to Education Act age that was 6 years to 14 years. So now the whole coverage is not much difficult in implementation. Only the change in approach segment is changed. Those are the experts matter to think that out. Then, as Professor Chandel meant, that there should not be no hard separation. There should be very liberal approach like the Western countries. हम साइंस के स्टूडेंट हैं तो हम एक ज्योग्राफी या एक कोई भी सब्जेक्ट ऑप्शन कर सकते हैं एज एन इलेक्टिव सब्जेक्ट विदाउट डिस्टर्बिंग द कोर एरिया और कोर डिसिप्लिन. There should be also, though there is an approach of no hard separation, but that should not mean ki I am basically from the science discipline, so the whole thing is to be mixed. The core approach should be same, but liberty and flexibility would be given as an elective subject for a child to go for either subject of his or her choice as a either from other discipline group, arts, science, commerce, etc. Then introduction of the internship and vocational education program right from very beginning of the school education. Then this universalization of the school education right from preschooling to the class 12 level. Then after that, as mentioned by previous speaker, that is the investment of the state expenditure in the GDP, that is from around 3 point something percent to 6% minimum. So then ultimately let us come to our domain, teacher education sector, and one chapter is purely dedicated for teacher education sector, that is chapter 15, and we must be very much focused on chapter 15, which has around 11 recommendations. But these 11 recommendations, they have vital role to play to change the face of education, particularly because since ancient time you are aware that this teacher is in the central of the education. If you are thinking about the tripolar system of transaction, if you are thinking about the two-polar system, everywhere you'll find the role of the teachers. That is why this chapter 15 and chapter 5. And their recommendation around 28 or 25 recommendations are there in chapter 5. You can see it. And there are 11 recommendations are there in chapter 15. So total, these are around 40 or something recommendations are there. And the whole foundation of the teacher and teacher education system lies on these recommendations. So one thing is very much clear that some courses are to be abolished, not just now, but after certain interval, after giving a window period, and say, for example, abolish of this MPhil program. And for becoming a teacher in our country, minimum degree would be a graduate. So we have to think about the diploma level programs. Single question is there before the nation, because no doubt country like India, employment is one of the important requirements. As Professor Kumar has mentioned, teacher education sector, with the help of the NCT and TIs, we have addressed the need of the institution now. We have addressed the need of teacher education program now. It means on the front of the quantitative approach, today we have around 15 teacher education program already announced. Today we have around 17,000 teacher education institutions across the country. So you can think that how voluminous work we have done in the gone 25 years of the journey of the teacher education when it was assigned to the National Council for Teacher Education. But now time has come for our attention to be shifted from qualitative approach to the quantitative approach, not only with the quantity, rather quality with equity. So these are the things. So there is a shifting from one approach to other approach with the help of this national document of NEP. So then simply Prime Minister of the country, when he was addressing after this cabinet approval to the nation, he was rest assured that NEP 2020 will certainly change the lifestyle of the millions of the people of the country, and it will be an ideal national documents for the rest of the world. So this is something which exactly I wanted to speak on this forum, basing or collecting the idea from the previous speakers. Now let us come to the direct topic which has been allotted to me for today's talk. I will not take much time. Rather, I will leave much time for discussion and for question and answer at the end. So let us move with this NEP. Here the topic is teachers' role, challenges, responses, and responses. This has been the topic allotted, and previous speakers, they have already covered the overview. So I should be very much specific on this NPST, National Professional Standard for Teachers. You see, there are 4 operative words. There are 4 operative. Let us have a first slide. There are 4 operative words: National Professional Standard for Teachers. You can understand what is national, what is professional, what is standard, and what is teacher. I don't want to go to define that National Professional Standard for Teacher. These are 4 operative words. They are itself having the significant meaning to understand that what would be behind that. What would be behind that means certainly the direction of the policy 2020 is very much clear that we are to prepare a teacher for 21st century school. So do you understand that what is gap in India with the teachers, those who are with us in hand? As somebody has raised a question, very valid question, that para teachers and then SSA teacher, and then this part-time teachers, regular teachers, contextual teachers. Do you think these are the words to be brought and an adjective before the teachers? No, nothing. No more this kind of the word should be as an adjective before the teacher. That is why there must be one common standard for the whole country. For the whole country, I mean to say, with the stresses of the word teachers, there should be one teacher with one common qualification, that is 4-year, dual degree model, like professionals, other professions like engineer, like doctors, like medical, like this agriculture, like this LLB.
Hello, sir. ये माइक बंद करिए,
माइक ऑफ करिए,
माइक ऑफ करिए प्लीज,
म्यूट कर लीजिए प्लीज।
म्यूट रहना चाहिए।
Yes, sorry for interruption, but it's my folded request to all the participants. They must have some serious approach towards this serious kind of the thing which are under discussion, and we are all think tank. So until and unless our approach would not be very much serious towards this initial level, because this drop, is in the form of the word. These are to be translated into the concept, then they are to be converted into the action. And scientifically, this is very a big work. A word is to be translated into the concept, and that concept is to be translated into the action. The move, the shift, academician can easily understand. So I think whosoever are there, 108 persons are now on the board. They must have some serious concern, because we are sitting in the name of the academician. We are sitting in the name of one of the reputed institution like Dayalbagh, which has a very glorious past and also have a very future vision. because this Steam University, really we have heard a lot about this, particularly in this very close to the capital. So really that sanctity, that dignity must be maintained. This is my appeal. So when we are talking about these things, the direction of NEP 2020 is very much clear that teacher must be able to address the challenges of 21st century schools, and 21st century school must have all the features like a laboratory, say, as it was talked by somebody, that there should be laboratory type of thing in the classroom, projector, then approach of the robot teaching, approach of the coding, approach of this artificial intelligence, approach of the online delivery, etc. and etc. Because we are at the very initial stage of utilizing the technology with the education. Simple. Or if some of our institution are have done something remarkable, they are very few. They can be easily counted on the fingers. Then you know that new education policy brings so many concepts before us, numerous work. Either they are the creation of new bodies, or they are the creation of new concept to be formed. And national professional standard for teacher is one of them, which is to be formulated by 2022 for unfolding in the country. This is the commitment of ministry, and this is the commitment of the whole system sitting in the country. And then, you know, this simple draft will be a public document. It's like a constitution you can understand in the field of the teacher education for the country. And initially it was conceived that this NPST, national or public document, will be for addressing the challenges of 92 lakhs teachers sitting in the country. Because, you know, say, for example, the Albag institutions, this has gained the excel in the field of the teacher educators. Because but Professor Chandel and other team, have you ever thought that the product of your institutions are consumed by schools, and they are the teachers? So we are not to think in one direction, that we are to be very much focused on transaction of teaching, learning, business also. We are to think that our product, how they could be consumed by the school in the best possible manner. This is one of the concern. Then there should be common approach. As somebody told that how NPST will cover certain things. There should be common approach in the recruitment procedure. There should be common approach in the eligibility criteria. There should be common approach in the curriculum planning. There should be common approach in the other performance appraisal, and there should be common direction in the NPST documents for pay scale and all that in the country. So these are the theme, or these are the broader aspect which could be defined clearly in the national documents in the name of the NPST for the country for the first time. Because, you know, the state government, they are having the different pay structure, they are having the different this recruitment norms, they are having the different appraisal structure, and so on and so forth. So for the first time, with the help of this NPST as a public document, this will be introduced, that common approach of the recruitment criteria, common approach of the appraisal system, common approach of the pay scale, and common approach of the eligibility exam, etc. should be taken into consideration. And then this will also, you see, the teachers, simply teacher of the primary school or the upper primary school or the secondary school or the higher secondary school, there are 4 or 5 stages are there. So with the help of the movement in 2025, everything will be in place. Certainly the whole country will be looking at the pass out of the 4-year integrated teacher education program. So the CBSE, or Kendriya Vidyalaya, Navodaya Vidyalaya, Tibetan school, and other central school institutions, they will immediately change their recruitment norms, and everything will be set aside except 4-year integrated student will be taken into consideration for job as a teacher. This is one of the commitments with the roadmap already designed in the new education policy. So this is not only that kind of thing, rather workload of the teacher would also be properly defined in the national documents, which will be published for unfolding by the August 2020. This is already concept. And then in the later stage, you will find that NPST, I have already told you that who are the target group. The initial 92 lakhs of the brigade, which are working in the country, in the school, like school, private and government sector, both. Then this will also highlight certain thing on the professional standard. Professional standard with a very small country is Pakistan. I don't want to cite the particular example, but Pakistan has its NPST. And one thing yesterday I was reading, when the draft of NPST of the Pakistan, it was clearly written on that document that everybody must have the knowledge of Urdu, Arabic and all that if he or she wants to become a teacher. So this, I don't want to cite this example deliberately, but simply I am saying that you see the status of Pakistan in the field of education and all that, and they must have certain. They have tried to set the common standard for a teacher on the name of the language, that he must have acquired certain skill in the language approach, like knowing the reading, writing, and speaking in the Arabic, etc. So this kind of the common approach for a teacher, for aspirant teacher and for working teacher should be set at the standard level. And certainly this will be announced, and this will be unfolded by August 2020. Work has already been started, and till that, around 6 or 7 neighboring countries, they have very unique national professional standard for teacher in practice. These countries are Sudan, Australia, England, AUE, Pakistan, Germany, Philippines, Finland also have in the name of the evaluation system that is a common approach. So we are a team sitting at the national level. They are studying the approach paper of this NPST already in practice by several countries in abroad. And then naturally, we are assuming that the moment this will be announced for notification or before notification, wide consultation will be made. We will try, because I think within a day or two, My NEP, in the name of the My NEP, one portal will be launched for the consultation, online consultation to all stakeholders sitting in the country, and with the voluntary registration, they can contribute if they want to be partnering with NCT in bringing out this national or public documents. So we are assuming that this common standard, when it will be announced, this will certainly improve the quality of the teacher. Either they are the teacher working in the remote area, or they are the teacher working in the urban area, but their common standard would be common on a particular point or particular stage. Then after that, we are just thinking about the next approach of this NPST. Then the next, somebody is maybe very much interested that after July 2020, what are the development in this field? You can see in 2021-22, the union budget has already announced that this NPST would be one of the public documents to be prepared till 2020 for implementation. So for that, central government budget announcement has already been made. They have already provisioned the funding, because this will be a huge, there will be huge exercise for the countrywide consultation. There will be huge intensive work on the reform of the documents before it's come into the public domain for comment to the experts. And then after that, finally, after 5 or 6 stages of this kind of the consultation, online and offline, this document will be vetted legally, and then it will be notified, and then it will be released in the name of the country as one of the public document for implementation. So we are not to think that central government are those who are responsible body of the education sitting in Delhi, and they are very much serious on the concern. And when once it is already covered in the budget announcement for 2021-22, so there is no doubt that this document would come or not. Certainly it will come. Then the next part, the target I have already told you, the approach I have already told you, the coverage area and the coverage who would be the within our orbit, that is already covered. And then the countries, certainly this is not for those countries we are already developed. This is also for some of the countries who are in the developing stage. They have also their common standard for teachers, because they want that education is one. In our country, some concurrently, some state subject, some central subject, some institution subject, some autonomous subjects. You see, there are so many diverse approach. We cannot say anything right now because these are the bigger issue. But as a whole, health, education, these are the matters where there must be at least 60-70% common approach, because this is for the welfare of the present generation. This is for the perspective approach of the country prosperity. And this is also an approach where our country can be powerful on the international platform. Because when we are sitting in the meeting with the UNESCO, UNICEF, WHO, somehow we are on a very gloomy face. The policy approach is very right of India. We have so many excellent documents with us. We have so many recommendations of the committees, of the Commission on Education with us, but somehow we are failed in implementation, and majorly we are failed in monitoring. This is the analysis. That is why here everything is going in hand to hand, so that there should not be a problem in implementation, there should not be problem in this monitoring, and there should not be problem in assessing the outcome. And then you see the timeline I have already discussed. Who shall be consulted? This is very much clear. NCRT, SCRT, teacher experts organization, bodies in teacher preparation and vocational education and higher education. In a phase-wise manner, these are the organizations. They shall be contributor to prepare these documents. So don't think that NCT is alone. Now, one thing is very much clear, that as per recommendation of NEP 2020, TIs will be no more. TIs will be converted into HIs, because multidisciplinary approach is made mandatory. So TIs, standalone TIs, the definition, whatever is given earlier by NCT, that will be subsided when the NCT Act will come for repeal. Certainly. So these standalone TIs are only one or two programs. The teacher education institution should not be defined as a multidisciplinary approach. So very much it is clear that education would be, but this 4-year integrated approach, 4-year ITEP program, for this, the ownership lies in the hand of the education department of the HIs, because now this teacher education would be the part and parcel of the higher education system under the 4 orbit or 4 pillar, about which so many experts has been mentioned in brief. And if you want to know much about these kind of the functionality and the functional segregation, separation of the education institutions, you are to focus on chapter 18, which is very much clearly defining about what would be the structure of the educational body in our country, either state level, either national level, or so on and so forth. So this will be also focusing, NPST documents would also focus on our pre-service teacher education program, because basically there would be 3 programs in future: 4-year ITEP, 2-year B.Ed, and 1-year B.Ed. So for 4-year B.Ed, you are aware that everything is in ready-made mode. At any point of time, there would be national declaration for inviting application for pilot mode. In brief, I would like to announce, it should not be taken as an official, but NCT preparedness, MHRD preparedness is already in hand. And I think time is not far from, because we are going to test this program right from 2021-22 session, because 2021-22 session, some effect is there, the COVID and the session is going to be started in September or October. So we have still enough time in our hand for granting recognition on a pilot basis in a selected TIs, so that it could be extended to the rest of TIs for their conversion into HIs to run this 4-year program, and the remaining program of 2 years and 1 year period. So preparedness is already in hand, and unofficially here I would like to mention, wait for the time, not more than 15-20 days, something good will come before everybody. And then after that, when this NPST would be prepared at the national level and notified, it will be the state government responsibility to implement those. And indicators would be decided at the national level for grading of the states. Accordingly, the funding and everything by the central government would be done. So you see, the national document will be prepared and notified by the NCT, and every state shall be bound to comply with that. And then after that, behind that, there will be software monitoring mechanism. And on the basis of the outcome studied by the software, the grading of the state could be done, that which state has done what kind of the progress in implementation of the NPST, because you know there should be periodical review, and by 2025 or after that, at the interval of 2 years, after review, then after that some objective, they are the mix, and then everything discussion, and come at the last slide of my PPT. Till that, after study of 6-7 NPST with the other countries, some of the major area on which we are to prepare the guidelines are like that. They will cover the content knowledge, they will cover the pedagogical knowledge, they will cover the technological fusion, they will cover the effective communication, and they will have some approach on the holistic assessment. There would be some personal and professional development matrix. There would be some continuous development of the career matrix, and there would be some professional development, and there would be some and language approach. So these are certain thematic area till date have been jot down to be included in the national documents of this NPST, and the resources which would be utilized are planned for utilization. Self-development guide. Don't think that there would be anybody behind to check you whether you are right for adopting this NPST or not. There should be some mechanism that every teacher must have something or some guideline. If they are fulfilling those guidelines, automatically their grading, their appraisal would be done, and that will decide their further career progression. So there would be some self-development guide which would be mandatory for every teacher to follow. There could be some research tool available with the state government education department, TIs and all that. And TIs means the later on HIs, those who are running these programs, they will be the third party for monitoring. And then self-assessment tool, every teacher must have certain link, and they will be given certain task every month. As like today, you are very much familiar that आप ओला उबर यूज करते हैं तो आपको स्टार रेटिंग देना पड़ता है. Similar kind of the thing will be there within the approach for the assessment of the implementation of the things, that will be sent automatically to every registered teachers whether they are fulfilling these parameters, and that will be collected at the state level and then assessed at the national level. Then grading of the state would be done 1, 2, 3, 4 like that. And then digital approach would be dominating while preparing and implementing or assessing outcome of this approach, and everything would be the effort of TIs, other stakeholders, professors, and all that. So these are certain things which I have brought as an actual roadmap for developing these national documents. Thank you. It's a time for any kind of the concern. If it is with you, I would like to welcome.
Yes, sir. Thank you very much, sir, for this course. Sir, instead of having the interaction right now, we are planning to have the interaction at during the panel discussion because we've already exceeded our.
Yeah, please. Is there any question with anybody?
We will have the questions at the end during the panel discussion, sir. Because our next speaker is online and waiting to do this. Because they've already exceeded the time. Actually, this was we had planned to give a break right now, but as concerned our dean ma'am and chairperson, we are now continuing with our next session. And let me introduce Mr. Rishabh Khanna to everyone, our next speaker. Rishabh Khanna is a cognitive scientist who has redefined conventional educational practices prevailing across leading international curriculums in the last decade. An active researcher and educationist, he has completed numerous research projects in recent years, specifically working towards teacher satisfaction index, need of a modern teacher, gaps in teacher education, and finding solutions to problems in school education in the 21st century. After extensive research on teacher education standards and curricula and delivery networks around the world, Rishabh founded Surasa, an edtech platform for teacher education, in 2017 to achieve his vision of empowering teachers by career mentorship, pedagogy training, and global recognition. Rishabh has worked on and created teacher evaluation frameworks and has helped thousands of teachers in identifying tangible and transferable techniques that they are able to use in real world terms and with optimal effect. Prior to building Surasa, Rishabh founded Late Transformations Learning, which was awarded Best K-12 Teacher Training Institution of India in 2015, 16, and 17, and is credited with training 75,000 plus teachers across 21 states of India in a short span of time. We welcome you, Rishabh Khanna ji, and we look forward to a very exciting and exciting session with you. So, please.
Thank you so much, Dr. Sona. To begin with, I would like to thank everybody who's taken out time to be a part of the session and specifically the organizers. Professor Chandel, thank you so much for your kind invite. The call that I received from you and then the email and that entire conversation, it just kind of increases the confidence in the growth that the Indian teacher education system is seeing. And I would like to congratulate all of you here. Mr. Dinesh Chaturvedi, he's actually leading the complete NEP implementation and NPST implementation from the front. I've had some great opportunities of having a word with him. And, I think this is a right platform where we are deliberating on how the future of teacher education can be looked upon by not just the current generation, but the future generations, and not just in India, but around the world, based on the steps that are being taken on by everybody right now. So to begin with, I would like to thank everyone. My talk, I've majorly focused on, again, teacher education, because I am a teacher educator myself, but then how it will be complementing the other talks that have happened till now is going to be looking at the global perspective of the teacher education. So let me just quickly share my screen. Can you see my screen, everybody? Just 1 second. Yeah, so to begin with, I hope I'm audible to everyone, right?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yes, sir, you are audible.
Superb, superb. So to begin with, you see, as a world today, we are standing in a very different place, a very new place. And post-COVID, it's really changed a lot. You know, our work, our education systems. If I have to see, I think our complete life has changed. And I think most of you will agree with me here that last 1 year, the way we first went into the survival mode and then excelling mode, whether it was delivering online or whether it was assessments or whether it was any kind of education, we kind of moved to a very new world. In fact, I always joke about this in my organization, in my company, that, you know, we all use softwares today. We use phones and we use laptops. And there comes a time when the software provider sends a notification that now we are going to go through a forced update, right? They say that this is a forced update, and if you don't update your system right now, you'll not be able to use it anymore. So what COVID actually did was kind of a forced update to education systems around the world. Now, while COVID happened, NEP was being developed beforehand. You know, NEP was in process, development of NEP 2020. And when the document came and how it actually took care of even those problems that the world faced after COVID, that was commendable. You know, I have to congratulate the entire team, you know, at Ministry of Education, who have worked hard for that document. Now, when we focus now on education, education is standing at, you know, crossroads of technology-based disruption and human touch. And when I say crossroads, because the world is thinking right now that do we go completely technology based when it comes to education, or human touch teachers are still important? And multiple discussions, multiple deliberations, multiple researches are being done on that. I've been invited to various paths, various talks to discuss that. And, you know, almost always what comes out is that teachers are right now and are always going to be the most important part of the entire school education system, higher education system. And while technology will play a crucial role, it will always be an enabler. You know, it's the teachers who will always build a bright future for the world. And as teachers, when we talk about, you know, having the teachers, I think it's not just about having teachers, but having the right teachers, which really plays a crucial role now. So what has happened is, over the last so many years, okay, just a second. Yeah. Over the last so many years, teachers have not just played a role in the schools or colleges now. The complete role has been understood by various organizations around the world. So governments today are focusing on teachers more than anybody else. They're saying that, yes, you know, we have to develop the future generation and teachers will have to take charge. Schools have always been dependent on teachers, and we know how teachers really build beautiful careers and beautiful lives out of everyone. The new normal is edtech companies, right? A lot of edtech companies globally are now, who were even initially giving just video-based lessons, they realized the importance of having teachers, and almost everybody shifted to teacher-led online education. And I'm talking specifically about UAE and UK and Middle Eastern countries. Even the edtech companies are all looking for highly skilled teachers, and they're talking about will not do, a highly skilled teacher is what is required. And then that entire thing put together is what is building, you know, our future generations. And just to put like one little, you know, perspective there, that of any learner, any student, any you know, child spends almost half of their waking time with the teacher, whether it's online now or earlier it was offline, and hopefully very soon back to a mix of online and offline. And let's all pray that it reaches offline again soon. But then future generations spend almost half of their waking time. You know, if they are awake for, let's say, 14, 15 hours, they spend almost half of that in the school with a teacher and all that. So why I'm mentioning that is that when I'm going to share the global perspective, this background, which we all already know, needs to be you know, mentioned again. So what exactly is happening? Globally, countries, governments are really striving, working hard to have the best people enter the field of teaching, and to have that community of teachers who could really create the next level of learners, who could cater to the needs of next level of learners. So The current numbers look like this. There are around 69 million teachers in the world right now, around 70, let's say 70 million teachers in the world right now. And can anybody tell me what's the total population of the world right now? I love having discussions and chats while I'm talking. So can somebody quickly type in your chat box, what is the total population of the world? And don't Google, okay? Only whatever you think, just enter that. Don't Google right now. Quickly in the chat box, what do you think? What's the total population of, okay, Gaurav says 8 billion. Yeah, so somewhere around 7 yeah, I think people are Googling and telling me. So yeah, 7.8 to 8 billion. And we're talking about around 70 million teachers. So that's almost 1% of the world population is a teacher, which by the way, is the highest number when it comes to a particular skilled professional. So teachers are like that largest community. Now, with so many teachers being around, there are numbers of different continents here on your screen. There are primary school teachers, secondary school teachers. United Nations and World Bank reports say that while there are 70 million teachers right now, the world will require another 70 million teachers over the next 7 to 8 years, because that's the way the population is increasing. And that's the way even the current teachers who are going to retire and other things would happen to the entire education system. That's the number that is going to happen. The biggest concern is that while the requirement of skilled teachers, I'm not saying requirement of teachers, there are so many teachers, and more than these 70 million people who are registered teachers, more than that, there are so many more teachers. But then what they're saying is the number of teachers is increasing, but the number of skilled teachers is something that they're worried about. And when it comes to skilled, the skill requirement, if you realize, is continuously changing. So the requirement or the skill requirement, which was just in February 2020, completely changed with COVID coming in. And today, the skill requirement of teachers is on a different pedestal. So United Nations and World Bank says that teachers who would be updated with the latest skills that are required in the world at that time, those teachers would be called skilled teachers, and the requirement of skilled teachers is completely increasing. The major problem that they're facing is people don't want to become teachers. The number of people who are putting in that enough effort, and I'm talking global numbers. This is not India, this is not Asia, these are global numbers. What's happening is teaching has become the 19th preference for somebody as a career. So from early 2000s and late 90s, where teaching used to be one of the most looked for profession, people wanted to become teachers because it meant a lot of respect, it meant a lot of growth, it meant you being a major contributor to the society. Suddenly teaching has become the 19th preference. So and if you see, look at the bottom part of the slide, globally it's a problem, it's a pandemic, you can say. So what's happening is every country, right, from US, UK, Australia, Middle Eastern countries, everybody is looking at finding that right balance of teaching skills and subject skills, and how we can really achieve that number. So what is a qualified teacher then? Till now, anybody who could understand their subject well, maybe somebody who's a master's or PhD, or even if not a PhD, not a master's, but understands the subject well, they could have been hired. And this is globally. In India was pretty progressive even 10 years ago, 15 years ago, where we said that no, we would require teachers to have a teaching qualification as well. But then many countries are now following that and saying that, okay, a qualified teacher would have two qualifications, a subject qualification and a teaching qualification. And if I try to put it in the perspective of NEP 2020, when NEP says that we need a 4-year integrated qualification, integrated B.Ed, what they are trying to do is they're combining the subject qualification and the teaching qualification in an integrated pathway, so that anybody who decides to become a teacher just after 12th standard, they don't have to first go for a graduate degree, create a different career pathway, and then decide that, okay, now do I still want to become a teacher or not? They're saying no, if somebody is motivated and looking at becoming a teacher, let's give them a specific pathway. Starts with a 4-year integrated B.Ed, which of course has a lot of hands-on internships, different criteria to start experiencing school education within those 4 years. And by the time somebody completes those 4 years, they are a skilled teacher with the correct subject skills and correct pedagogy skills. An unqualified teacher today would be somebody who does not have pedagogy skills. And pedagogy skills are like the most critical thing. In fact, to give you a small example, there are countries like Finland who, and it's not about that they have a very good education system, they have, but I'm not quoting it from that perspective, but they've realized the importance of pedagogy skills to a level that they're saying that their primary school is going to be a cross-functional, multidisciplinary schooling system wherein the key critical skill that they're going to look for in teachers is going to be pedagogy skills. So that is why India's move, or India's national education policy, when they specify on having those two skills, both subject and pedagogy skills, it really makes a lot of difference, and we are looking at the right direction. So I'm going to put it in some global perspective now. So UAE, for example, recently, like last 2 years, they've created a complete new UAE national teacher standards, and then they're now looking at subject qualification and pedagogy qualification so that teachers are trained on subject and pedagogy. Saudi has been working on their own standards, and they have a Vision 2030, just like India, wherein they're saying that teachers are going to be really the forerunner, the front runners of the entire education system. India, NEP, I think we've already heard 2 talks today, and beautifully shared by Mr. Vijay and Mr. Dinesh Chaturvedi, and we are looking at the right direction. Germany, again, they have an ongoing process right now of improving their current teacher quality. California, California state alone allocated almost $1 billion in January 2020 just to get new teachers from global grounds and, train their current teachers, and just to make sure that they have the right number of teachers. So $1 billion is a lot of money just on teachers, and that's not the entire US, that's just one state of the United States. Similarly, UK has been working on their qualified teacher status, that is their teacher license. And they're right now in the process of launching something called an international qualified teacher status, with which they plan to extend their standards and their systems to different parts of the world, that people can take their standards in different countries. So if you see, what I'm trying to share here is that the need of this teacher education, the need of building the right skills for the future of teachers, or future of education by having the right teachers, has been accepted and has been kind of identified by almost all countries around the world. Now, with this happening, as I mentioned, if I now focus on the area where I'm sitting right now, I'm sitting in Dubai right now. And I thought, let me quickly just put the numbers of Dubai. Globally, as I mentioned, 78 million teachers right now, 70 plus million teachers, another 70 million teachers required in the next 7 to 8 years. Just Middle East and North Africa requires 6 million new teachers, and they currently have 5 billion teachers. So do you realize that? And I'm talking about skilled teachers, okay? So do you realize the need and importance of having the right national professional standards for India right now? Because India, I think, has the potential to really become the world leader and global hub of providing teachers to different countries. Now imagine if all those 70 million teachers, a major part of that, 70 million, which is the new requirement for the world over the next 7 to 8 years, if a major part of that could come from India on the basis of the new national professional standards of teaching and on the basis of National Education Policy 2020, and we have Indian teachers in different parts of the world, do you realize how Indian economy would, one, grow, and second, India would have its soft power in different parts of the world, because the different nationalities, different communities would be learning from Indian teachers. And if they are skilled enough to create that better future for them, that respect increases, and that directly impacts India's image globally as a whole. So how do we really look at planning, look at implementing this? For that, I've created this small case study for everyone, that why people are not interested in becoming teachers, why that growth is becoming a problem. So imagine there are 2 people, Jim and John. Jim starts a corporate career. John starts his teaching career. And usually in corporate careers, people would have a pathway, somebody becomes a software engineer, then they become a senior software engineer, they become a manager, they become a vice president, they become a president, director, and then they keep going. And they have that set pathway that they are achieving. In teachers, somebody starts with a B.Ed, they interview with top schools, But if they don't have the right skill set, the top schools don't hire them. So they end up, in, let's say, a private school. I'm talking about majority, major numbers globally. This is not just India, this is global. So they end up with a normal school which doesn't pay even the average salary. So they start paying below average salaries. So the person thinks, what do I do? I'm not even able to meet my ends, and I'm not able to even save enough money to improve myself. So they start thinking more about it. They have to either, start tuitions, or they have to start something that their financial needs are met, while the other person in the career growth was now looking at the next step, which is already charted out in the career pathway in the corporate career. The teacher is now looking that I'm now a maths teacher, let's say for last 10 years, for last 15 years. And the only thing I'm doing is going to my school and then going to my tuition center, and then just growing from there. And then something changes, some new requirement comes, and they realize that, okay, all my work of the last so many years has been, the material that I had prepared. Let's say a new curriculum comes. So they say, okay, now I'll have to understand my skills again, and they start feeling dejected. And we've seen case studies in the UK, in the UAE, that people are leaving their teaching careers even at the age of 35, 40, 45 to get into something else, because they feel that a lot of regulation changes which are not supporting teachers are coming, and then they go ahead. Now, if you look at this is global picture right now. What has happened is teachers themselves have become very demotivated. And because of that, that entire structure of attracting new talent, that's gone to the wind. So if I try to put that together in one slide, this is what is really happening. And I'm sure the people, the speakers and researchers who've been working on this field for a very long time would agree with most of this. We're looking at creating a completely new professional standard for teacher, because we realize that the current curricula was outdated and we have to now kind of bring in new systems. But then if we look at the state of a teacher, and let's say in the UAE or in the UK, what happens is the complete training that they receive, it's not that strong that prepares them for the classroom teaching. Now they reach the classroom and they start realizing that I lack real skills. So they get under stress. So in comparison to other careers where almost 27 people are under stress, in teaching career, almost 72% people are under stress. This is huge. Almost 75% of these teachers globally feel undervalued. Almost 63% feel, and this is globally, right? They feel that they're underpaid and they don't grow. And that's why they want to leave the profession. And they feel that there are very high expectations from me, but I don't have the right mentors and role models to make me the ideal teacher that I can also start growing like other professionals in corporate careers. And then because that entire vicious cycle happens, there's less money to be invested in their own selves, hence lower skills, hence more stress, hence undervalued, and it becomes a vicious cycle. Because of that, almost 50% of the teachers globally want to quit their teaching careers, and 54% teachers do not want to recommend their careers, and which is increasing vacancies and everything. Now, with all this happening, NEP 2020 has come out as a big ray of hope, right? I was reading that entire document, almost 60 plus pages, around 66 pages, and how each of those problem areas that I shared with you in the last 2 slides has been beautifully taken care of. There have been structures. I'll just quote one part of it. I was reading how teachers will be growing once NEP 2020 is implemented. So till now, if somebody had to grow, they had to move from being a nursery teacher to being a primary teacher, then being a secondary teacher, then becoming a senior secondary teacher, and only then they would see the growth, and only then they would see that, okay, I'm growing as a teacher. But now, as per NEP 2020, let's say if you are a primary teacher, you can still keep growing in primary teach as a primary teacher itself, vertically and horizontally. And then if you're doing good work, the government recognizes you and then starts giving you promotions for different roles in primary education itself, which is like a huge thing. So imagine a teacher who loved teaching primary classes will no more have to go out and think that, okay, if I need to grow, I need to now start teaching higher classes. No, I love teaching primary. I'm going to continue teaching primary. I'm going to give results in primary, and NEP 2020 is going to take care of me. How does that sound, right? It's so empowering for anybody who's passionate about becoming a teacher. Now, with that happening, and with NCRT and SCRTs, working on building the next level of curriculum, wherein NEP 2020 is talking about including critical thinking, problem solving, collaborative learning for learners. The entire system of 5 years and then 3 years and then 3 years and then 4 years, dividing that entire 12-year journey into 10+2, from 10+2 to 5-3-3-4, is majorly to help the learners enjoy learning and teachers enjoy what they do the best. And that entire pathway is going to create joy in teaching without stress, right? Then we are talking about our national professional standards for teachers, right? Mr. Dinesh Chaturvedi just shared that entire presentation, where we are talking about national standards mapped onto international standards, US, UK, Australia. Imagine India having national professional standards for teaching, wherein once the teachers have gained the skills on those standards, the world says, if you are a skilled teacher from India, while you're meeting all the standards, we want to hire you as a teacher. So Indian teachers moving abroad. So imagine somebody wanting to become a teacher because I'm in India and I have NEP 2020, which is going to guide me. Attractiveness of teaching profession, recognition of teaching profession is going to increase drastically. And then there's an entire new initiative, a national mentorship mission, which is a part of NEP again, wherein anybody who wants to become a teacher does not need to wait or does not need to sit and say, maybe one day after 10 years, somebody is going to guide me and then I'm going to decide whether I want to move from being a teacher to a senior teacher or a coordinator. Imagine somebody becomes a teacher and they register themselves on the mentorship platform of NEP 2020, and there's a mentor which directly starts guiding the teacher that, okay, in the next 2 to 3 years, you should be developing skills like these so that you can get your promotion, and then you can move ahead in your career. And then from being a coordinator, how do you become a vice principal? From being a vice principal, how do you become a principal? Then how do you become a director of a group of schools? How do you become the CEO of a group of schools? So that corporate structure, which was earlier becoming, attractive for the youth, something similar would be created for education professionals, for teachers, based on NEP 2020. And with these 4 areas coming, we are intending, I think, as a country, to build a community of elite teachers who will keep growing, who will become global workforce, who will have outstanding mentors, who will enjoy teaching, and that will lead to India becoming a global hub of skilled teachers. So I'm not going to focus on specific parts of NEP 2020 today, because I think the earlier 2 speakers have really covered that extensively, and I removed that from my presentation then because it would have become repetitive. But then this is the global perspective, how NEP can really impact India's future, not just in terms of education in India, but also India's future in impacting education for the world. And we are, as educators, as teacher educators, standing at the right time, at the right place, that if we are able to accept it, if we are able to work on it, and if we are able to make it a success, as teachers, we would see maximum growth for ourselves over the next 1 decade. So that's what I have to share, as my 2 cents on NEP 2020 in global perspective, how it can impact, and how, if taken in the right stride by the community of teachers, and if implemented well, how it can really be a game changer for India in a global perspective. So that's what I majorly wanted to share, and I'm open for questions now. Anybody would like to ask anything? Let's take it from there.
Questions? Anybody with questions? Sir, in the chat box, I'm not having any questions regarding your talk, because I think we were so engrossed in listening to you. It was a very, a talk which is very ambitious talk.
Ma'am, your voice is echoing actually. We can't hear you anymore, ma'am. We can't hear you.
नीचे से सबसे नीचे. Yes. Okay. So I hope you can hear me now.
Yes, ma'am.
Basically, I said that we are not having any questions because we were also engrossed in listening to you, sir, and because it was very optimistic and very unrealistic for us to think that globally we'll be in demand one day, And very few only the teachers from the creamy layer or from very good schools, they get this opportunity to prosper. And if we go to see the children who learn and the teachers who are from the government colleges especially, they don't get these opportunities. They don't know also. They're not aware of the opportunities that are present globally. So I think we should have, another talk in which we could inform our teachers about where they would apply and where. Yeah, see, we've got one question now, sir, in the chat. There is Saurabh Srivastav who says that I would like to know the process to be a teacher in foreign university. I
Right.
think this is basically the question of every teacher,
Right.
every student who is doing it. So, could you elaborate on that? And then
I'll just quickly give a like a quick overview of that. So what happens is when we say foreign university, what we mean is outside India. And when we say outside India, there are so many countries around the world. Now, every country, every continent has its own criteria, has its own standards that somebody wants to meet, that somebody has to meet. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to just pick up one country. I'm going to pick up UK, and I'm going to pick up how somebody can become a teacher in the UK. So UK has something called QTS standards, qualified teacher status based standards. So teacher standards which lead to a qualified teacher status. How somebody has to meet that is either somebody who has done a qualification in the UK, but then we are talking about Indian teachers moving there. So how that works is an Indian teacher who has the right qualifications, which would mean subject qualification as well as a pedagogy qualification. So somebody who has a B.Ed and somebody who has a subject qualification. Now, once they have that, once they reach there, they have to apply for something called qualified teacher status, which is like a teaching license in the UK. For that, there are different pathways that they have created for someone to join the workforce. They say you can either come and do a qualification in the UK, which leads to a direct qualified teacher status. Or if you don't want to do the qualification, you can directly come and submit a portfolio of evidences. So they've created a list of evidences, which has to be structured in a particular way, which has to be structured as skill portfolio. That has to be submitted to a government organization which is approved to do something called assessment only route. So that happens. And then they assess their portfolio, they do an interview with the person, and then they say you are qualified to receive something called qualified teacher status. And then you get the QTS, and then you start applying to schools, and then you start teaching in a school there or a university there. So this is requirement for UK. Every country has their own requirements. So for UAE, there are multiple requirements. They have their UAE teacher standards. They want people to have a correct police verification record. Then they want you to have minimum qualification when it comes to teaching a particular subject. And then somebody has to give something called licensing exam here to then go ahead and get a teacher license, and then you start teaching. So these are just two countries. Similarly, every country has their own systems and own requirements. My tip and my suggestion to everybody is that while most of these so while most of these requirements might sound more like paperwork, they're not paperwork. Let's say QTS is going to actually look at the evidences of skills that you have. So there are those particular skills that have been defined under their national professional standards that they're looking at. Similarly, when we say licensing exam in the UAE, it's not just an exam that you have to write. What they're looking at is they've created their own professional standards, their own skills, and they're saying in the exam, through this exam, we are going to check whether you meet all the professional standards or not. Right now is the right time to be in India, because once these national professional standards of India are implemented, you'll be actually implementing a document which is so exhaustive that anybody who would have met those requirements would actually be eligible to meet other requirements globally as well. And that's why I said that if we are able to implement NEP 2020 and NPST effectively, it might be a very good way of becoming that global power.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you, sir. Once again.
Thank you, sir. Once again for a very good talk. And
it has actually developed a lot of curiosity among the teachers that are there with us. There are many pre-service teachers, the students of EL and MF, and research scholars as well in the meeting. And they're very much excited to know more about global education. And we'd like to have another talk sometime, sir, definitely on all the opportunities that are available to the pre-service teachers of India. And now, let us now move on to the panel discussion. Yeah. So before we start with the panel discussion, we would like to just have a 2-minute break for setting up the panel out here. And in our panel across, that is online panel, we have with us Mr. Dr. Vijay Kumar from Pondicherry University. We have Mr. D.K. Chaturvedi from NCTE, and you, sir, with us. Mr. Rishabh Khanna from Dubai. He will be there. And besides this, we have many other scholars and other teachers along with us in the joined with us online, and as well as offline. We have with us Professor Chandel. We have our Dean, Professor Savita Srivastava, and Professor Nandita will be moderating the panel. So as soon as we just do the setup, it will take us just a few seconds. I would like the participants to be geared up to ask more questions and to satisfy yourself to the fullest, because we have got experts who can actually help you out and actually resolve all your queries, which your teacher in the classroom could not at this stage help you out. So we would like the panelists to be with us, and our moderator, ma'am, is also ready. So let me introduce to you Professor Nandita Sassangi. She is the coordinator of the School of Education, Faculty of Education, DI, and I invite her now to moderate the session. I hand over to Nandita now, please.
Okay, before we start, just to check if whether I'm audible. I'm audible to the panelists, to the audience as well. No, I don't think so. Should I take from some?
Ma'am, you are audible. I can hear you. Okay. Yes. We want to have our professors also with us. Professor Kushresh is there. Professor Vasanta. Okay, shall I start then? Okay, shall I start then?
Okay. I hope we have with us. Let me first of all welcome all the panelists once again to this culminating session of the one-day webinar. I hope we have with us Dr. Vijay Kumar.
Yes, sir. I hope. Yes, sir. Yes, Chaturvedi, sir. Are you there with us? Ma'am has just put up a query regarding the expectations with respect to model teacher education institutes. There is no sound. What role can we as an institute play in fostering model teacher education institute for the country? BI, what role can BI play? Do we have Chaturvedi sir with us? I'm not too sure. Who's there? Okay. Chaturvedi sir, could you unmute your mic? And of course, I can see you have switched on your video camera. Yes, sir. Welcome to the panel discussion once again. And we are just wondering what inputs you would have, what suggestions you would have for us in specifically and for other teacher education institutes as well, the HEIs, for moving towards becoming model teacher education institutes in the country. Any suggestions from your end, or what is your implementational tips? What are your implementational tactics and tips for us in particular, as you know us, and for other teacher education institutes as well? We are talking of having some model teacher education institutes and some pace setting institutions in the country.
Yeah, this is a concern to me.
Sorry?
This is a concern to me. Should I attend?
Yes, sir. Yes, this is addressed to Chaturvedi, sir. I'm sorry it was not clear, but we are beginning with you since we do not have Dr. Vijay Kumar connected with us right now. So would you be kind enough to respond to this query?
Okay, no issue, please. Would you repeat your question?
Yes, sir. This is just regarding what expectations are there for from model teacher education institutes in the country, and how institutes like ours, like the Albag Educational Institute, can contribute to nation building as far as becoming a pace-setting institution in the locality or in the nation is concerned. What are some of your suggestions, some of your tips for us to contribute to becoming aiding, assisting in becoming teacher education institutes in the country, model teacher education institutes?
Thank you. In fact, model teacher education institution, now this term exactly used by NCT at the initial stage, just to select certain TIs, and they are to be developed like IIT, NIT in the field of teacher education. This was the initial concept. Say in the country, you see, say for in the medical field, we have AIMS, they have the top branding. Similarly, in the engineering field, we have IIT and NIT because they are also a regulatory body, and they have created such institution in the country which are on high demand, not within the country, rather in abroad too. So this concept was initially drawn by NCT ki let us have some institution in our country. Their status and their product would be as good as or similar to that of IIT, similar to that of IIM, or similar to that of national law colleges like that. So because out of 17,000 TIs working in the country and having shouldering a high responsibility, we cannot say that they're not doing anything. Rather, they have addressed the requirement of the teacher, particularly after advent of Right to Education Act in the country at that time for the ratio of student teacher, we required a huge lot of the teacher. So that address was now, that chapter was over. But when we are to think about the model teacher education institution, now the model word, model is a model word. That's no doubt some speciality should be there. But particularly, ma'am, when you will go to chapter 15 in the second para, you'll find there is a very tough remark for TIs functioning in the country. Substandard, mushrooming, commercialization, selling of degree, and sitting, having the institution in the cow shed, this and that. So many researches are there. So basing on that, regulatory system of the country cannot permit us to close this kind of the institution abruptly, because when we are doing something as a regulatory body in the country, they are taking the shelter of the court and they are taking so many things, and you know that hidden fact is their involvement of so many people, somewhere muscle power, somewhere bureaucrats, somewhere politicians, and so on and so forth. So in that day, the thinkers at the top, they thought, let us draw a line. We cannot cut the line of all those institutions which are already in the system, because initially their objective was to fetch the need of the country. But instead of closing those institutions which are really substandard, and it is very difficult for them to close immediately, abruptly, without giving them timeline to improve and to acquire certain norms which was set. Initially, NCT thought, let us draw a line which should be bigger than that of those TIs which are already in system, but they are not performing well. So in that concept, we have drawn, let us have one model TIs in every district. Do you understand? Like Navodaya Vidyalaya and something like that. So in that situation, some parameter were drawn. Infrastructure, common curriculum, learning outcome, these are the basics. So for that, even curriculum was also drawn as part to the global curriculum for B.Ed and all that. But when this thing was already on process and almost so many in the basis of the indicators, as you are telling that your institution has been marked as A+ by the NEC. So accordingly how NEC grading is there. NEC grading is there because they are having 11 to 12 indicators. Is that clear? And in that indicators, if a TI is found doing excel on the front of infrastructure, on the front of examination reform, on the front of teacher employability, on the front of scholastic and non-scholastic approach. So a similar type of the NAC accreditation indicators were taken into consideration, that we will set a record of those TIs which are having these indicators properly followed up and fulfilled, and having a trend record of NEC accreditation A since last so many years. These were the minimum things. And when this thing was to be applied on ground through the selection and through indication and through the direct, we have planned to give a complete curriculum with the governance. We are not leaving the academic council of the affiliating institutions to decide what to be taught and what not to be taught. So we thought that let us decide one model TIs in each district, and they will be governed with the central curriculum and rules and regulation, and they will be properly monitored centrally by a team. Everything was drawn. Meanwhile, when this proposal was sent to MHRD for vetting and all that, they thought, let us wait for this NEP. And that the arrival of NEP has somehow subsided those projects of NCT, under which we are in a path to identify some model TIs which may be treated or which may perform like IIT, NIT or AIMS like that. So this is one thing. But in the curriculum, the best practices of the word was brought. In the curriculum, all the upcoming trends of teaching approach was brought. And today one thing is very much critical to say here, that simple thing is internship for teacher education. simply earlier for 1 year B.Ed program. It was extended for 2 years, and within that the internship program. Do you understand that now in the name of the internship, every state has their own definition. Say Rajasthan, they have the definition that let this be sent posted to the school as a regular or para teacher, something like that. So some informed approach were also brought. So along with infrastructure, faculty, admission, examination, through centralized test and all that, everything was properly designed for selecting some model TIs. Meanwhile, this NEP came, and NEP has brought another concept. No, these model TIs should be brought into the framework of NEP recommendation and let the be started with a 4-year program, not with the 2-year B.Ed program, none with the other program, with all parameters which are recommended in this NEP. NEP means there should be major concern is their approach should be multidisciplinary or interdisciplinary approach. So this would be one of the dynamic approach. So now until and unless a TI is there, that is why I told you in the recommendation you will find everywhere HIs means TIs would be the part now converted into HIs, and HIs, you know, they must have every requirement. You know, a university is there, even your Dayalbagh campus is there. They don't have the extent of the area, I think, built up area or covered area or open area or playground or auditorium, or say for other laboratory, computer laboratory or other language lab, etc., etc. So it is expected that one university or big campus, they have certain resources, manpower resources, and their infrastructure resources, and they have already one built system which are anyhow recognized, say for central universities or some state universities or some deemed university like you, they are doing excel. So in that condition, simply now we are to follow those criteria which are already defined in NEP, and the topmost is the multidisciplinary approach. Means in future, the TIs will not survive anymore until and unless they do not have the different discipline, arts, science, commerce, etc., etc., with a certain parameter. Now this thing is that key, it is simple, one approach is there. Why multidisciplinary approach? Why interdisciplinary approach is required? Because we are going to give the degree in dual mode, disciplinary approach and teacher education approach with a career mobility for higher education in the both stream or for professional higher education. Suppose Mr. X is doing 4-year integrated teacher education program. He will be qualified for pursuing the master degree in the discipline arts, science and commerce, whatever he has. Or side by side, he is also eligible to do the master degree program like MEd and something like that, whatever would be after 4-year integrated curriculum of UGC will come into force with the exit and entry system. Now it is not there. So multidisciplinary approach, infrastructure up to that extent, qualified faculty, and centralized admission test for entry into these programs. Now the country will not allow the selection of a student in the teacher education program from here and there. Some of the TIs are having their mark basis admission, some are having their state basis test, some are having their institutional level. So that would not be there anymore in future. There will be centralized test, and that will be conducted by the NTA, and the admission would be same like the JEE and medical. So these are the 3 to 5 things are initial on that. And those institutions who will be there in those arena, they will survive. Otherwise, rest are to cope up within a year, or they are to race out. This is all about.
I think I'm very knowledgeable. It is very essential we can gather that all TPIs should upgrade to become HEIs. The disciplinary environment, the monodisciplinary environment of education should be transformed to a multidisciplinary environment. Many of the education departments who are functioning as a faculty within a larger university will be able to cope up with that, I'm sure. But for the large majority of standalone teacher education institutes, you said, like you said, it would be a very difficult situation because for them, a single, a teacher training college starting all the various disciplines becomes a very practical kind of bottleneck, a very practical obstacle for them. So, are there any incentives or any support schemes of the government to help these single, these standalone TEIs to become HEIs? What are some of the incentives? They may not, they are most of the time, like you very rightly point out, they are, they are politicizing the issue, they are opposing the thing. So, coming to a more positive, positive approach, can we have what are the incentives that the government gives, what are the support services that the government has planned to help these standalone TEIs become HEIs? Anyone can answer. If Dr. Vijay Kumar is here with us, he can take up the question.
Yes, madam. I would like to add in this regard. When the report of Justice Verma Commission and this report categorically said that 2/3 of the institution out of 17,000 teacher education institutions that are functioning, close to 10,000 institutions are not even governed by the regulation, norms and standards, and they are more or less selling the degrees for a price of whatever they fix. Because nowhere state government comes into the picture, and the deal that happens between the clients and the institution will have a fair chance to fix up this one. So that kind of a commercialization made them to function, especially by the standalone teacher education institution. See, if these almost all a report came in the year 2012 and report submitted in the year 2013 and 14, and even now NCT could not able to take stringent action against those defaulters, and all necessary measures, including filling up the performance appraisal report annually, and more or less the figures of Justice Verma Commission and non-filler of the performing appraisal report closely matches, which means 10,000 teacher education institution, 2/3 definitely will be a standalone, and they could not able to come to the or fill the even simplest form that's prescribed by this one. What happened? We were very stringent that there should be a stern action against these defaulters. Immediately they have gone to the court and they say that no, NCT is not empowered this, even though being a regulatory body of teacher education and all. So there are a lot of legal framework that we need to face. If someone every time and now, if we insist something, there will be almost 2/3 of the institutions are defaulters. They don't want to follow any kind of a guidelines or any kind of a mechanism that we time and again try to implement. So that shows clearly evidence that so they don't want to come into the framework of NCT. Once we grant the recognition, there ends the role and function of the NCT. Rest we'll try to manage with the affiliating universities. For that, under NEP, there may be a chance that you will be directed to switch over to a multidisciplinary or interdisciplinary, so that you will have a fair chance to utilize the best of the resources in a multidisciplinary institution. Already there is a notion that standalone teacher education institution simply selling the degree, not appointing the teacher, not maintaining an appropriate infrastructure or instructional facilities, laboratory. Only at the time of inspection they'll manage. Even as soon as inspection team leaves the office, again the same entire resources will be shifted to where exactly originally they brought in. See, this kind of a mindset in the among the teacher education institution, it's very difficult. See, I cannot have a CCTV camera to all the teacher education institution. It is a self-discipline or a self-regulated mechanism that should come into the minds of the owners or the so-called the owners who are selling the degrees. See, that is how it should. There may be a chance in future. Standalone may be directed to convert either in the year 2025 or 30. This is one model that NCT can prescribe. The other model can be if they are running a 2 years BEd, they may be directed to convert into 4 years model. There are already employed, employees, BEd, teachers who are already in place. If you just convert it into a 4 years model, you can also recruit the pedagogy teachers, so that 1 unit of BSc BEd, 1 unit of BA BEd can also be maintained. So this is what I don't think we are very, NCT is very clear to take to host out all this so-called non-functional standalone teacher education. So definitely there will be a mechanism in order to support the good teacher education institution, depending upon whatever the parameter that they are going to set. I think added to that, Mr. Dinesh Kumar Chaturvedi can also add.
Ma'am, in fact, there is no way out except to convert into multidisciplinary TIs. And, if you are talking about the incentive and if you are talking about the incentive and other things, 95%, almost 90% TIs, they are either from the private sector or somehow not doing well. So they are to think that if they want to move and they want to perform well for the sake of the country, for the sake of the teacher education, they must do something, otherwise they are to be phased out. Simple concern is there. NEP is not going to compromise with quality. Any central government organization. That is why, this time what happened? When you will go to see the chapter 18, there you will find there will be single window of regulatory mechanism. Means not only NCT, there are 9 other regulatory bodies. More or less, they are somehow failure. Why NCT failed? One research report is that NCT was given by the parliament a lot of power. And this concentration of power of NCT is one of the major cause of the failure, because NCT focus only on granting recognition, not looking into the in-service teacher training, not looking into this monitoring mechanism, and not looking even to supply a common core curriculum or curriculum framework to the country. So you can see concentration of much power to a single body in the name of the regulatory to run the whole 20 or 30,000 institution without any monitoring mechanism. This is somehow failure. That is why there will be NHERC, National Higher Education Regulatory Council, one of the pillar of commission. In that, there will be 9 other regulatory bodies will be merged. Say Agriculture Council, say Architectural Council, AICT. I mean, so many 9 are there. It is already mentioned in that list. They will come in the common platform, and for them indicator will be decided by the NEC-like institution, and those indicators were complied by the NHERC in due course of time. And all these 9 regulatory bodies, AICT, NCT, Agriculture Council, except law and medical. Because there is a medical commission and there is a bar council. So except these 2 regulatory bodies, rest of the 9 regulatory bodies will be brought under the single regulatory bodies, and their indicators will be done. And surprised to tell you that regulatory council would be a faceless mechanism, because there will be less involvement of the human being. Maximum thing would be done on the through the server and through the online mode. As today you have seen this functioning of NTA. NTA, they have their server in the campus of IIT like Kharagpur, and from there high skilled technicians are working. So there is no hue and cry. Every year, in a year 2 to 3 big examinations are being conducted by NTA, and there is no complaint like that. So the regulatory system in future, for all these 9 regulatory bodies assembling together, will be almost same like a manless functioning. Purely mechanism, because suppose you want to open a teacher education institution, you are not to come to NCT, neither you are to visit. Simply you are to give one public declaration with a certain information, and that will be a public document available on every domain. And on the basis of that, your application or your self-declaration will be graded A, B, C are scoring, and on the basis of that score, maybe 60% above 77, you will be granted just to run this institution. But later on at any stage, if your declaration will found somehow defective or false information, there is a punitive provision in that act also, or something like that. So this should not happen in future. Ki you are to come to NCT, or there would be something like that. I do not want to mention all those things. So that system, because purely the chapter 8 says, chapter 18 says that regulatory single regulatory body will cover the 9 existing regulatory body, and they will work without human involvement, less minimum, as like NTA. You know what today NTA is doing? One very important thing. The whistle of NTA is being heard everywhere, but the work of NTA, no one can see from where it is being done. When you will visit the NTA headquarters in Noida, you'll find only 2 to 3 senior directors are sitting. But you come to NCT, you come to AICT, you come to Agriculture Council, you will find what is going on. So this is somehow we have to see, and we have to be very much strict. And this NEP is giving a boost and a tool in our hand to fight with the organization or institutions who are really somehow doing what you can say, the term I cannot want to use.
Yes. Let me now get some inputs from our third expert, Mr. Rishabh Khanna. I hope he is with us, Mr. Yes. Khanna. Yes, with us. It was very encouraging to listen to you about how India would be contributing to the manpower requirements of teachers in the coming few years. And it is very, very important also because looking at the demographic changes that India has undergone recently, we are one of the countries which has the largest working age population in the entire world. And we are one of the youngest countries with an average age of 25 years of working at present. So with this kind of, demographic dividend in our hands, we are in a position to, leverage our potential and talent to, supply workers at the global level. Now, talking of, standards, global standards, and, the capacity of India to supply teachers in the global context, what are some of the skills and the skill sets and the other inputs, the other upgradation required in the present setup of teachers? What are the skilling? What are the other additional skilling in view of the technology changes, in view of the global market requirements that Indians have to prepare for? Could you throw some light in that?
Sure, ma'am. Thank you so much for sharing the question with me. I'll divide the question into a couple of parts, and then I'll answer them, step by step, so that it builds the knowledge.
Yeah.
I'm audible, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
To me, you are.
So yeah. So see, we can actually look at it as a two-part problem. That one, what are the global skills that are required, and what are the local and regional skills required in every country, right? So there are some skills which can be called as universal teaching skills, right? These are your universal pedagogy skills, which stay the same globally. Now, what we have to figure out as teacher educators, specifically as a teacher education institute, is that how effectively are we preparing our learners on those global skills for the first thing. Now, what would a global pedagogy skill comprise of? Some basic things like your learning taxonomies, to your understanding child psychology, to understanding planning of the lessons, to assessment structures, to rubrics. Now, these are all very technical things, very teacher-focused technical skills, which teachers need to have, and they are called global teaching skills. They might go to any country, that would remain the same. So as a teacher education institute, what we can focus on is, one, identifying what are the skills which are going to be standardized globally, and we can focus on that. Second are called local requirements. So if I talk about UAE, a very major part of their national teacher standards is ethical and cultural conduct in the UAE. So they want anybody who's coming to the country should understand what are the local cultural requirements, what are the local food requirements, what are the local conduct requirements, because somebody might be meeting people from different nationalities. Somebody might be meeting local, nationalities from the UAE. So there, as a teacher, the requirement of knowing how to conduct yourself as per the requirements becomes a very critical component. Now, while I'm talking about outside India, this also becomes a critical component inside India now. With national professional standards for teachers coming in, a very major part of that is also working on our traditions, on our culture, and on our heritage that we have in India. And when we talk India, there are so many states, there are different union territories, and sometimes even neighboring states have completely different cultural structures, completely different languages. So I think the next step, what comes for any teacher education institution, is to kind of create a guiding document, let's just call it a guide, which tells a teacher that, you see, these are your pedagogical skills. These are your skills that will help you directly into impacting the learning outcomes in the classroom. But then these are the skills which will help you in reaching the classroom so that you can start impacting the learning outcomes in the classroom and you receive acceptance from your learners and from the society. So these are the two things. If I now take it back to the global perspective, let's say if somebody is going to the UK or somebody is going to the US, the entire mindset, the entire perception about teachers changes, and then your dialect changes, your communication strategy changes. To give you an example, here in the UAE, I was visiting one of the schools, and one teacher, she was talking to a learner, and while talking to the learner, she just said that, pointed a finger and said, "Can you come here?" And that became a very big problem for the learner, because he was from a country where pointing a finger becomes a very big concern. So that cultural training is very important. Similarly, when we go to your Western countries, usually students call the teachers by their name. They would call Dr. Sona as Dr. Sona in the classroom instead of saying ma'am, or they would say, Nandita, can I talk to you, instead of saying ma'am, can I talk to you? So these are like big cultural shifts that happen. So as a teacher looking at global career, so one, they have to look at the global pedagogical skills, and second, the cultural skills that wherever they're going to. So I think that's something that I would like to suggest to everyone.
Really neatly when he sums up the two kinds of requirements, the global and the local or the regional requirements that we need for our teachers to migrate outside. And this probably, with coming technology, we can do that without physically moving out also, do you think?
100%. In fact, it's already started happening. You see, I'm sitting in Dubai, so I'll give you an example of Dubai. Middle Eastern countries, they have a lot of population is expat population, so people who come from outside. Now, what they've said, for example, Dubai specifically says that we work on quality of life here, right? The government says we are going to give a quality of life to people here. They've initiated something called remote work visa. Now, what does that mean? They're saying, let's say there are professionals like software engineers, even teachers who are teaching in different parts of the world. They're saying, if you want to have a good quality of life in Dubai, you just move here, we'll give you a remote work visa. You can sit here and work anywhere around the world. Now, imagine what they're trying to do here if India is able to implement that for teachers. So we say we have these highly skilled teachers available in India. And from India, they can use technology and they can teach anywhere around the world. That would actually, again, put India in the forefront. But what is required is the right universal pedagogical skills that the teacher is able to understand what the learner is expecting, the child psychology, the right tools and techniques, and technology is coming in really as a very big enabler. So while that is what the teacher will be doing once they reach the school system or once they reach the teaching system, as a teacher education institute, our role now becomes that how do we embed technology while we are training the teacher? Hello.
Yes.
Yeah, not just training the teachers. So it's not just about we training the teachers on these technological tools, but them understanding and they learning on technology tools. We always say we practice what we preach. So imagine if a teacher education institute says, I am highly technology oriented now, And right from our admission process to the placement of the learners, everything, we use our own technology structures now. And the learner starts experiencing technology from day one and says, when I reach a school, I will have to use the similar technological structures, as a teacher. That becomes a game changer. So I think that's the next thing that teacher education institutes might have to look at. And those skills are what teachers might have to look at.
Thank you so much for a very clear answer on that. Before we end, I think we've got very good inputs from all our three experts, but I would like to, at the end, invite the audience. If one or two or three members at the most from the audience would like to put up their queries, they can just raise their hands and we can, give them an opportunity to talk directly to the experts. Or if they are comfortable with putting their questions in the chat box. We have already gone through most of the questions in the chat box. There's a question on including music in the primary school curriculum, giving emphasis on music. That I think is part of the art integrated learning approach that NCERT has been promoting and which has also been adopted as one of the centers of the School of Education at our university also. Just a small query, I'm sure NCFT will take care of it, but we are talking a lot about child pedagogy, how it could be made more, inquiry oriented, how it could be made more discovery oriented. But corresponding to that, what are the andragogical changes that we require in teacher education as such? What is the pedagogy that teacher education institutes you would recommend should, take up in order to, ensure that this change starts taking place in the teacher education institute itself, rather than waiting for our teachers to graduate and go out and, then bring about this change in the schools. I'm sure NCFT will take care of that, but just to hear from experts.
Yes, madam. So I would like to add 2-3 things here. Because early childhood care education in Indian context compared to the so-called developed countries or the Western countries, that that much of focus was not there. I'm sure the NEP has really paid a more attention to ensure that early childhood care education should be given. It should be a priority, schooling. For that, NCT has worked out 4 years integrated teacher education program in which any graduate or any candidate who admits to this 4 years integrated teacher education program should select 2 inbuilt specialization. See, the first inbuilt specialization is pre-primary to primary. See, the entire taxonomical or pedagogical content, everything has been, he has to study especially on early childhood care and primary education, because that is his psychology comes into the picture and more of application, because children were very young and toddler, and until and unless you understand them, it's very, very difficult, you to design a particular pedagogy to require or to understand or to teach a child. For that, we made a inbuilt specialization called pre-primary to primary to ensure that they should get the best of the psychological background of understanding the learner. That is the basis, and even to become future teachers in pre-primary or even primary, the minimum qualification will be a graduation. See why this kind of a standards that has been lifted from diploma to bachelor degree, with a simple hope that see, NCT made a lot of international visits, taking the Finland or even America, Australia. Good number of teams have gone to different countries, and they made this kind of an observation. When most of the developed countries can recruit the teachers to even to a pre-primary, there will be a minimum of a graduation. Only in Indian context, a candidate with diploma in elementary education can become even upper primary school teacher. that was really pathetic when compared to the other countries. So that was the standard that we have lifted from diploma to a bachelor degree. That means there are, to understand a child, you need to have minimum understanding of your subject, of your pedagogy, and of the psychology altogether. So thereby you can understand a learner very well, and accordingly you can design and develop your instructional strategy, keeping the taxonomy into consideration, and that results in a learning outcome. See, you will be surprised that many of our students do come from bachelor degree and a master's degree. If I ask you them, what is the Bloom's taxonomy of teaching, and nobody could able to tell me how a child, if you are learning a content, see what kind of questions that you are going to design in order to assess what exactly is learned. Many of the almost 2/3 of the students doesn't know that Bloom's taxonomy has such a wonderful sequence of learning outcome that can be expected after a particular hours of teaching. Many of the teachers are not aware of. That shows that they are only training only to get the degree, not to learn. So that really a pathetic situation in Indian teacher training institution scenario. So that's how early childhood care education has been given due importance, especially in the national education policy, and ensure that all your teacher training will be purely based on an inbuilt specialization, ensuring that they should get the maximum insight and input to even to become a school teacher.
I'll also like to share my inputs on the question.
Would you like to add something?
Yeah, I'd like to add something now. So I'd like to add to that, you'd also asked that what could be the andragogical changes that could be made so that, the teachers could then impact pedagogical changes at their school level once they reach there. So what could teacher education institutes be doing? So, I've always shared this in my talks that a teacher education institute has a very critical role to play. You are actually a higher education institute, which is directly impacting school education. So teacher education institute has to be experts on school education as well as higher education. And when you say that what andragogical changes can actually be impacted or can be created, that school education or pedagogical part of skills, as Dr. Vijay just mentioned, that teachers should have the right skills, so that the classroom can be impacted. So the role that Teacher Education Institute now can play is, deliver the higher education in a format that they would expect the teachers to deliver pedagogical education, or deliver their curriculum in the classroom. What do I mean? So imagine if a teacher educator was in the classroom and while teaching lesson planning, if there was a lesson plan on lesson planning, which had the Bloom's taxonomy implemented, and we said that you see the learning outcome here, that by the end of the class, a teacher would be able to implement lesson plan in the classroom. And then we say that verb implement there is a Bloom's taxonomy verb that I used here while teaching you. And now how do you take it ahead? And then a collaborative discussion methodology could be used. Now, while all these things happen, a very critical component that I think Teacher Education Institute should also start promoting is something called heutagogy. Now, heutagogy is self-directed learning, being yourself directed towards what is it that I want to achieve, and which directly impacts somebody's capacity to become a lifelong learner. Since education and the world is changing so fast, if a Teacher Education Institute could start embedding heutagogy into a learner's learning while they're at the Teacher Education Institute, it would just change the entire dynamic of teacher education. So that's something that I wanted to add. Thank you.
Experts, it's time to wind up the panel discussion session now, and I'm handing over to Dr. Sona Dixit to carry it forward.
Thank you, ma'am, for a very informative and engrossing panel discussion that we have had. And I hope most of the queries put up by the participants were answered. And our students and us also, we are all ready to take up the NEP 2020 Teacher Role Challenge. And so yes, you can. One of the chats have come up. If they could ask a question, you put your question. We'll send them over to the experts, and you'll get the answer. No worries at all. You're all with me on the Telegram group also. Your queries will definitely be answered by our experts, and we'll put them forward to the experts that you wish to answer your questions. So now let us move on to the vote of thanks. And for this, I call on Professor P.S. Tyagi. Please, sir. After the vote of thanks, we will have the national anthem. And then the
हेलो हेलो
Yes, sir. Sir, please.
आवाज आ रही है मैडम मेरी?
जी सर, बिल्कुल आ रही है। बिल्कुल आ रही है सर।
हाँ, लेकिन ऑडियो नहीं हो। वीडियो ऑडियो है लेकिन वीडियो नहीं है शायद। आपकी तरफ से ही कुछ।
आप वीडियो ऑन करो ना उधर से अपने बात से।
किया है मैंने। हो रहा है कि आपके ये बता रहा है कि उधर से ही है।
हाँ, आ गया।
जी 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 जी,
आइए।
हाँ जी, सभी को नमस्कार। मैं पीएस त्यागी। मुझे डॉक्टर सोना दीक्षित ने निर्देशित किया है कि मैं इस वेबिनार का जो अंतिम स्टेप है, वोट ऑफ थैंक्स, वो प्रस्तुत करूं। माननीय निदेशक महोदय जो शायद हमसे नहीं जुड़े हुए हैं इस समय, और डीन फैकल्टी ऑफ एजुकेशन, हेड्स, हमारे सब्जेक्ट एक्सपर्ट, पार्टिसिपेंट्स, मैं सबसे पहले अपनी तरफ से, शिक्षा संकाय की तरफ से धन्यवाद देना चाहूँगा, आभार व्यक्त करना चाहूँगा अपने निदेशक महोदय का, जिन्होंने हमें ये प्रोग्राम, एसओई का प्रोग्राम दिया, जिससे कि हम सभी इस तरह के आयोजनों में, इस तरह के व्यक्तित्व से, इस तरह की पर्सनैलिटी से हमें संपर्क होता रहता है, हमें वो सुनने के लिए मिलते हैं। मैं धन्यवाद ज्ञापित करता हूं अपनी डीन महोदया का, हमारे हेड्स जो एबेड, एमफिल, पीएचडी, जिन्होंने अभी अपना एनईपी 2020 पर अपना व्याख्यान भी प्रस्तुत किया, हम उनके आभारी हैं। हम एसओई की कोऑर्डिनेटर प्रोफेसर नंदिता सत्संगी, जिन्होंने ऐसा विषय सेलेक्ट किया जो कि आज एक हॉट विषय है, जिस पर पूरे देश में चर्चाएं हो रही हैं इम्प्लीमेंटेशन के पॉइंट ऑफ व्यू से। ये मौका हमें दिया उन्होंने। मैं संकाय की तरफ से धन्यवाद ज्ञापित करना चाहूंगा हमारे एक्सपर्ट्स का, माननीय श्री डॉक्टर विजय कुमार जी का, जिन्होंने न केवल हमारे सामने एनईपी 2020 के सुझाव रखे, बल्कि एनसीटी द्वारा जो एक्शन प्लान है, प्लान ऑफ एक्शन है, वो भी हमारे सामने प्रस्तुत किया। उसके लिए हम आपके आभारी हैं, जो कि एक प्रैक्टिकल एस्पेक्ट है। हम आभारी हैं प्रोफेसर डीके चतुर्वेदी जी, जिन्होंने नेशनल प्रोफेशनल स्टैंडर्ड्स फॉर टीचर्स, जिससे कि सभी टीचर्स को अवगत होना बहुत जरूरी है, एनईपी 2020 के पॉइंट ऑफ व्यू से उन्होंने अपने विचार रखे इस विषय पर, जो कि एक बहुत गंभीर विषय है आज, जिसको समझना हर शिक्षक के लिए आवश्यक है। आपने संक्षेप में और सार गर्भित स्टैंडर्ड हमारे सामने रखे, इसके लिए हम आपके आभारी हैं। मैं आभार व्यक्त करना चाहूंगा प्रोफेसर ऋषभ खन्ना जी का, जिन्होंने एनईपी 2020 को ग्लोबल पॉइंट ऑफ व्यू से हमारे सामने रखा। इस सब के साथ साथ एजुकेशन फैकल्टी की सोना, डॉक्टर सोना दीक्षित, जिन्होंने हमारे डीन महोदया, हमारे हेड्स और जो एसओई के स्टाफ है उसके साथ मिलकर के ऐसे हमारे सामने नेशनल और इंटरनेशनल व्यक्तित्व, एक ऐसे सोना ने कुछ ऐसे हीरे हमारे सामने प्रस्तुत किए कि जिनका प्रकाश सब हम लोग लेकर के जा रहे हैं। और ऐसे उनके जो प्रैक्टिकली व्यावहारिक सुझाव जो कि हमारे नेशनल लेवल की टीचर एजुकेशन की एजेंसी से जो कि डायरेक्टली जुड़े हुए हैं, उनके व्यावहारिक सुझाव हमें मिले, व्यावहारिक जो प्लान हमें उन्होंने प्रस्तुत किया, उसके लिए हम सोना दीक्षित के आभारी हैं। फैकल्टी के जितने भी हमारे स्टाफ है, एसओई का स्टाफ जिसने कि एसओई में हरदम अपने प्रयासों में कोई कमी नहीं छोड़ते, क्योंकि निरंतर इस समय हमारे वेबिनार, वर्कशॉप, सेमिनार आयोजित किए जा रहे हैं, वो भी धन्यवाद के पात्र हैं। हमारा पूरा स्टाफ इसमें लगा हुआ है और विशेष रूप से लगभग 100 से अधिक हमारे पार्टिसिपेंट्स जो कि वेबिनार में हमारे साथ हैं, सुबह से ही जुड़े हुए हैं, वो सभी धन्यवाद के पात्र हैं। और अंत में इससे प्रत्यक्ष और अप्रत्यक्ष रूप से जुड़े हुए हर व्यक्तित्व का मैं आभार व्यक्त करता हूं, जिन्होंने इसमें अपना पूर्ण योगदान प्रदान किया। मैं पुनः अपने संकाय और हमारे साथ जो विषय विशेषज्ञ हैं उनका पुनः आभार, धन्यवाद।
Thank you very much, sir. बहुत धन्यवाद सर, बहुत अच्छा दिया ताकि हम सबसे जो है सबको ग्रेटिट्यूड एक्सप्रेस कर सके। एंड थैंक यू एसओई टीम and especially our experts for giving us your valuable time and reaching us with a lot of information. Thank you to all the participants for being with us all the time and also interacting with us. Now let us stand for the national anthem.
धन्यवाद चतुर्वेदी सर, धन्यवाद विजय सर एंड धन्यवाद खन्ना साहब। आप लोगों ने मेरी रिक्वेस्ट को स्वीकार किया और पूरे दिन आपने बहुत समय दिया है हमें। बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया सर, आपने हमारे इनविटेशन को स्वीकार किया। थैंक यू वेरी मच फॉर ज्वाइनिंग, थैंक यू वेरी मच। और आगे भी हम इसी तरीके से आपकी सेवाएं लेते रहेंगे। थैंक यू सर।
Thank you.
Let us stand in respect for our nation.
नायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता, पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड़ उत्कल बंगा, विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उच्चल जलधि तरंगा, तव शुभ नामे जागे तव शुभ आशीष मागे, गाहे तव जय गाथा, जन गण मंगल दायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता, जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे।
भारत माता की
जय।
Thank you.
Thank you all and have a wonderful day. Thank you so much.
Sir, thank you too. चलिए, बधाई सोना मैडम, चनेल साहब, नंता मैडम और डीन मैडम, सभी को बधाई। बहुत अच्छा डिस्कशन हुआ, एक बहुत अच्छा प्लेटफॉर्म तैयार हुआ था और डायरेक्टली बहुत ही एक्सपीरियंस लोगों के बातें सुनने को मिली। थैंक यू वेरी मच।